guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The Democrats have nothing else to talk about.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein files to attack President Trump while speaking on Fox News Sunday.
Democrats have nothing else to talk about. What have they accomplished in 10 months? Epstein is their entire game plan. So we're going to take that weapon out of their hand this week.
The House is expected to vote this week on a measure to release all DOJ Epstein files, with many Republicans likely to support it. If passed, the measure then moves on to the Senate, where its fate is uncertain. FBI Director Kash Patel says the U.S.-China agreement to halt shipments of fentanyl ingredients is a major step, expecting immediate results. He appeared on Fox News.
We got the agreement solidified, and it's already in place, and we're going to see immediate results and immediate American lives saved.
The deal followed President Trump cutting tariffs on Chinese goods after President Xi Jinping pledged to tackle fentanyl trafficking. Acting U.S. Attorney Alina Habba says she's feeling better after the arrest of Keith Michael Lisa, who damaged her Newark office earlier this week.
This individual obviously got very close to where I sit for work every single day. So it was, he got into the building. It was frightening.
Lisa's been charged with possession of a weapon in a federal facility and destruction of property. Reportedly returned to the office after being denied entry. He tore down photos when he couldn't reach Habba. Senator John Fetterman is recovering at home after a fall near his Braddock residence on November 13th. The Pennsylvania Democrat experienced a ventricular fibrillation flare-up, causing him to hit his face. He received 20 stitches and says he's grateful for the well wishes and care from the medical professionals.
The beauty of the defibrillator is that it was able to shock him back into rhythm so he didn't suffer another stroke, or what we call anoxia. That's where the brain doesn't get oxygen and people die in about 3 minutes, or they become brain dead.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump is taking aim at Indiana state Republican lawmakers over stalled redistricting efforts.
In a Truth Social post Sunday, Trump specifically called out Senators Rod Bray and Greg Good, saying he was, quote, very disappointed. The president added that the lawmakers should do their job and do it now, or let's get them out of office ASAP. This comes after Bray said Friday there were not enough votes to move forward with the plan and that the Indiana Senate will not reconvene in December. I'm Lisa Carton.
New York Jets quarterback Chris Boyd was critically injured in a Midtown shooting early today. The 29-year-old was shot outside of a popular restaurant following a dispute. He's now in a hospital. Authorities are investigating. No arrests have yet been made. Students in South Florida can now witness Holocaust history firsthand with the opening of the Craig and Barbara Weiner Holocaust Museum at Nova Southeastern University.
Quite frankly, there is no better tool to teach against hate, against bullying, against prejudice than Holocaust education. So this was our entire mission in making this donation to the Broward County school system.
The museum's permanent collection of artifacts tells the story of millions of lives lost, showing the human impact beyond just what's learned in books.
We also want them to leave school as better people.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.07. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.31. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I guess it is that time again already. Here it is, another weekend done passed by. Just like that. So, time to get back to the grind, settle in, get a new week underway. Roll it into a Monday, 17th day of November. All right, one final weekend comes our way before Thanksgiving week. And the holidays are upon us. Yes, indeed. Welcome aboard, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Man, what a difference a day can make. Beautiful weekend. That is for sure. Cannot complain about the weather here in the Ohio Valley. We warmed up to 70 degrees for a Saturday afternoon. Beautiful. Little breezy, but it was short sleeve weather once again. All of a sudden, the wind started blowing, and Old Man Winter came knocking back on the door. 35 outside the secret bunker at this hour with clear skies. Now, where do we see some travel difficulties? Several regions of the country. Northeast, you're dealing with another clipper system. Bringing strong winds, lake effect snows. Matter of fact, have some lake effect snow warnings for several counties. They're in northwestern Pennsylvania. These will continue till about 1 o'clock Monday afternoon. So overnight, some heavy snow, lake effect snows. I'm looking at Elk, McKean, Warren counties where they say 4 to 8 inches may fall there. On down to, what do we have? Tianesta. Could see 3 to 10 inches of snow. Winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. So again, some of those lake effect snow bands impacting the Northeast. We have other areas there in central portions of New York. Upstate New York, actually some winter storm warnings with the snow from that clipper in that region. Temperatures into early week continue to follow the downward trend. Many areas returning to the 30s and 40s for daytime highs. Northwest winds blowing across the warmer waters of the lakes, increasing in intensity. And, of course, the wind chills are going to plummet, but the stronger winds are also pushing some of those heavier lake effect snow bands much further inland. Highest concentration of accumulating snow on the east and southeast of Lakes Huron, Erie, and Ontario. Snow showers continue to spread southeastward off the lakes through the overnight hours and into Monday. Some of those bands can be rather narrow swaths at times, producing a very tight corridor where inches of snow could fall and nearly nothing on either side. Despite the recent cold snap, the Great Lakes are still quite warmer than average as the next bout of clouds and cold air blast over the lakes into Monday morning. We're going to kind of see a rinse and repeat of the heavy snow bands that impacted the eastern Great Lakes last week. Heavier squalls blanketing areas to the east of Erie, between Syracuse and one onto New York, 3 to 6 inches in a few spots there. Some could see some double-digit totals. And, of course, overnight looks to be the worst time for travelers, particularly across northwest and central Pennsylvania, western and central New York. Visibility could be sharply reduced at times. Areas impacted by the heaviest snowfall really going to depend on the wind direction. Just a small change in wind directions could be lower snowfall totals spread over a more widespread area, whereas a consistent wind could produce an unwavering lake effect band, totals in the double digits over a concentrated handful of counties there. Well, meanwhile, rest of the country, in the central states, looks like fog is going to be a concern. Southeast Texas, southern Louisiana, southern portions of Mississippi. But rain is going to return to the picture, developing over a large portion of the south central U.S. this week, ending the current stretch of warm, dry weather. This change in the pattern is going to raise the risk of flooding, could help raise water levels along parts of the Mississippi River, which have fallen to near record lows in recent weeks. Before that shift, we saw the warmth abounding over the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. That storm that was over the northern Pacific on Friday is moving south along the west coast before it makes that turn inland this week. Most likely track is going to be across portions of central Texas through eastern Oklahoma before advancing northeast towards central Missouri, potentially impacting travel along I-20, 40, and I-70 along the way. Heaviest rain expected to spread across a swath from locations north of Dallas through, say, just south of Kansas City, Missouri. We could be looking at 4 to 8 inch rainfall totals. Surrounding that corridor from the Gulf Coast of Texas northward all the way up into Chicago, we'll contend with maybe 1 inch or 2 of rain. For that region, the same amount of rain could produce very different impacts over short distances. Little effect to small stream or urban flash flooding for some. Some areas could see enough rain for flash flooding, even where the drought conditions have persisted. Long-term drought across much of the Mississippi River Basin has caused the river to drop to levels rarely seen before. As the drought started midsummer, the pattern shifted from a lot of rain and flooding to just occasional light showers. We've seen several smaller storms bringing a bit of rain to parts of the region in recent weeks. We did see some short-lived rises in water levels along the Ohio River, the middle and lower Mississippi Valley. But after each storm passed, that brief rise quickly fell again, continuing to disrupt the tug and the barge traffic on the southern Mississippi. It looks like later in the week, the developing pattern may bring a general 2 to 4 inches of rain, with maybe some locally higher amounts from central Texas to central Illinois and southern Indiana. Heavier rain reaching the Arkansas, Missouri, and Ohio River basins could produce a modest rise in the Mississippi River levels for a week or two headed into December. It takes time for all this to make its way downstream. But meanwhile, a busy pattern is going to persist in the western USA as well, with higher elevation snow and lower elevation rainfall. We'll take a look out west coming up briefly as we get the new week underway. I trust you had a good weekend. Philly Dan joins us out of the box here. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Congratulations to the Eagles holding on for the win. Shoday Night Football. I was kind of glancing back and forth. Lions had the ball, 2 minutes left to play. They should they have gone in and got a touchdown, they could have tied things up, and no, the Eagles were able to hold them off. Eagles are now 8-2 on the season. There you go. Good morning from Ackworth, Georgia. Clear, 48 degrees at this hour. James is on board. I ended up spending this past weekend in bed sick. Got the creepy crud, unfortunately. Oh, boy. Hope you're feeling better there, James. Jeffrey from Southern Florida checks in. Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Tank, here we go again. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Monday. 50 degrees here in Memphis. We're getting ready to head out west again, Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day as always. Good afternoon. Larry Hammerdown, 41 windy at the New York-New Jersey state line. Headed for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. All right. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Marianne in the house. Wishing a happy early Thanksgiving to all the listeners out there. Yeah, we're getting close, aren't we? Not this Thursday, but the following. Hello to John. Let's see. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Be safe, truck safe. I enjoy all the people calling in. I watch every night. Happy Monday. Clear skies, 36 degrees. Checking in from Indy this early Monday. As always, 844-844-3388 to kick things off the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Greatest day of the week. All right, my last night. I'll be off Monday, Tuesday night. The natives have been restless all weekend. Wow, that's 70-degree weather Friday, Saturday. Had the troops running one run after another. All right, well, let's see who the winning picker was over the weekend. Is it the analyzer, the grumpy old grump, or the prognosticator of prognosticators? He knows nothing, but he does know football. Big Ed, are you with me? I think you misquoted that there, Pappy. I may not know it all, but I do know my football. You see there? All right, so what kind of weekend did you have? I mentioned we had some friends in town, came down from Cleveland, and it turned out to be I'm almost embarrassed. It was KC and the Sunshine Band. They were out in Lawrenceburg, Indiana. And I had seen some of the reviews, saying, come on, it's Casey, it's time to hang it up. You're 74 years old. Give it up already. I'll be honest, at the age of 74, you got to give the guy credit. He's out there doing his thing. Yeah, of course, pretty much knew all the songs because I'm a child of that era. And it was a good show. Very entertaining. Had the 4 showgirls that were all Las Vegas showgirls as the dancers. The Sunshine Band, most of them as he introduced them, most of them from Miami, of course. That's where he's from. But yeah, not a bad night. Had a good time. And of course, the weather was beautiful. We were in the 60s come showtime. So what do you say, Captain Ron?
I say it's time for another greatest day of the week.
Like it or not.
Back at us again.
Here it is.
Like it or not, here we are. I'm one of those disco kids too. I liked the disco back then. but I can't dance. Never could dance, but I sure liked the music back then.
Right.
Still like it now.
It was a good time. It was a small venue.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
The smaller venue, but it was it was packed and stacked. It was a full house. You know, it was almost comical, Ron. Really. Yeah, it was pretty much all. There were no young people there. We were all 50s, 60s, 70s.
Yeah, everybody with walkers and canes.
Right.
But yeah, so I didn't get the lights put up this weekend. I kind of lazed around the house. I can't do anything with those until Mama gets them dug out of the closet. She keeps everything stored in. So
right.
She was kind of lazing around too. So anyway, I'll get to it. But I got 65 degrees rolling north through Gainesville, Florida tonight. Nice clear skies. Good night for trucking. Tomorrow, I go to the heart doctor, and then I go to her other office on the other side of town, and I get a 30-day heart monitor installed. So that'll be fun. Shouldn't be no big deal. Should be like the 3-day was, just a little thing on your chest. See if they can figure out what's going on. I hope they do.
So a little confusion on the front.
Well,
can't figure it out, huh?
Yeah, well, like I said, my heart rate just jumps up over 120 just sitting on the couch watching TV for no reason. And my rheumatologist says when it does that, it can actually cause blood clots. But nothing changes on my blood pressure or anything else. It's just my heart rate. So I don't know what that means. They've done ultrasounds and all the tests that they can do, but nothing seems to be wrong except for that. So I got to wear that 30-day monitor and see if they can figure it out. Nothing happened when I wore the 3 days, so we'll see what happens. So how about them? Well, a big shout out to Big Ed's Oklahoma Sooners for taking care of them. Roll Tide.
That was.
I didn't get to watch the game, but my wife's got a bunch of.
Had several surprises over the weekend. All said and done, Grump and Ed were. I think Ed picked 16 out of 20. Grump got, I think, 15 out of 20 when all was said and done.
They seem to be staying neck and neck.
Yes.
To me. I mean, there hasn't been any big swings at all. They just seem to be neck and neck. But I enjoy, listening to both of them. Their analytics and all of that. And my Wolverines won barely. It was sloppy. 5 turnovers, 2 missed field goals, and I don't know how you can win a game on that, but they did. But anyway, I don't have a whole lot else. Was Knucklebuster on last week? I don't remember hearing him.
Yeah, he checked in on a couple of occasions. I guess he said he's been spending more time just kind of out there listening. He takes a break from calling every once in a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I must have been taking my beauty naps or something when he calls in. But well, I don't have anything else for you tonight. Just a Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and Donut Man and go blue. And thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks for making it official. The greatest day of the week. Here we go. All right, and of course, this past day, NFL action. I mentioned the Eagles hanging on there, now 8-2 on the season. Bengals went into Pittsburgh, got their butts pretty much stomped this past day. I saw who actually scores a touchdown and goes for a 2-point conversion in the first quarter of a game. Cincinnati does. I don't think they successfully scored the conversion. I don't know. Maybe the fact they were dropping behind, or 34-12 ultimately, the final score in that game. We'll break down some of the other NFL games. Of course, coming up first, we've got the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst coming your way shortly. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel
systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from I-10 and I-20 East. The split, 38 miles from Pecos. Got 62 degrees. Yeah, I was able to load a little earlier. Get on the road. All right, of course, Buckeyes rolled. Alabama goes down. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Tony. Hello, Steve. Hello, truckers. Tony checking in from Hamilton. Yeah, I was listening to Cap and Ron there. Sounds like he might have the same thing my wife had. It's called PAH, pulmonary arterial hypertension. Atrial hypertension. Maybe you should get tested for that. Early detection is what it's all about. But the medications to treat is very, very expensive. Anyway, just my 2 cents thought I'd share. Everybody have a great night. Be safe out there. Stay aware. All right. Take that under consideration there. PAH, pulmonary atrial hypertension. Okay. Of course, on the heels of an impactful Pacific storm that's going to continue to bring rain and showers to portions of California, Nevada, Arizona. Yeah, we're getting ready for another storm that's going to sweep into the West Coast. More moisture coming your way. Areas that's received the heaviest rainfall so far, including the highly populated areas of Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles counties. Yeah, all forecast to have some additional showers, lighter rain, as we continue through Sunday evening. All right, from overnight tonight through the day ahead Monday, that next zone of low pressure brings additional moisture, windy conditions to the West Coast, while rainfall with the upcoming storm less in comparison to the storm that moved ashore over the weekend. but some of the existing issues may be compounded with this next storm. Yeah, with the recent significant rainfall, additional downpours could cause a renewed risk of flooding in both central and southern California through early this week. Snow at pass levels with the additional storm may bring some additional delays through early this week. Yeah, snowfall should be around 7 to 7,500 feet through Sunday, but dropping through the day ahead, down between 5 and 6,000 feet. As that early week storm advances across the Rocky Mountains later on Tuesday, looks like California, much of California gets a much-needed brief break in the active pattern, but there's forecasters warn another storm approaches the west coast about midweek this week. The exact track of that storm still trying to be ironed out right now, but the risk remains for coastal California to endure yet another swath of rain, some mountain snow, and blustery coastal conditions come midweek. All right, let's get to the action. College football weekend. Actually, I think, am I correct in my calculations? Ed correctly prognosticated 16 out of 20. Grump, I think you were 15. Good evening.
No, we both, yeah, good evening. Appreciate you having us on. We both went 15 wins and 5 losses.
Okay, so you were dead even.
Didn't we, Grump? Correct.
Wow.
Is Grump on there?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, I'm on here. Yep, it was 15 and 5, and well, I tell you, Oklahoma's defense is one of the most impressive defenses that I've seen in college football. I mean, they're right on top. They're exactly what won that game. I thought that Alabama had a little bit better offense, but when you got a defense like that going up against, I mean, it's just hard as hell to make any headway. So kudos to
offensively, Alabama just clobbered Oklahoma. They were 400-some yards offense, and Oklahoma was just 205. And it was just Oklahoma got the turnovers at the right time. If Oklahoma can get an offensive game going, they can take it all. But they've got to get that offensive game going. I don't think, they say defense wins championships. But I just, I don't see him doing that with a Texas A&M or a Ohio State. But yeah, Grump's right. Their defense is just brutal, and that all falls back on Coach Venables. Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah, that was a good game. I think one of the most impressive games that I saw was Texas A&M and South Carolina. South Carolina was just dead on the first half. They come out and went into halftime 30-3 against Texas A&M. And I don't know what the coach told Texas A&M, but they all come out of the locker room holding their butts, and then they come back and scored 31 points in just a matter of no time to win the game. And that says a lot about that team. I mean, seriously. I mean, when you're down that much and then you just come back and just completely annihilate, I don't know what the hell they thought when they were going in on the first half, where they just thought Oklahoma, we're playing South Carolina, big deal, they're nothing. And, they had their wide receiver, I can't remember that kid's name, dropped 5 passes in just right in his hands. And I think right then, if I was the coach, I'd have told him the next thing he drops is going to be put over there on that bench and sit there and watch. But man, they come out playing ball, and it just everything was clicking. So that was very impressive. But there was a lot of games that just Cincinnati. They of course they lost to South Florida, and that was
Yeah, Cincinnati's out of the picture, buddy.
That was Arizona. I what the hell happened there? Because I mean,
Arizona. I'm sorry.
I was, I'm kind of flipping back and forth. I didn't get to see the game, but I was just kind of monitoring all the computer stuff. They were up most all game, and I guess something must have fell apart in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. It's just, go ahead, Joe.
It just looked to me like Arizona just wanted to prove a statement. I mean, they were not going to be, I guess shut out or anything else. They just come out and just, in the fourth quarter and was just knocking the hell out of Cincinnati. And Cincinnati, they're such a good team, man. I don't understand, how they can, it just seemed to me like they just quit, right there at the, in the fourth quarter. But Arizona's never been a team to underestimate. I mean, it's, just as soon as somebody underestimates them, they come out slugging, and I think with a little more money and the right coaching staff, they'd be right up there in the very top, because they got the ability to do things. They just, I'm looking at Cincinnati. I mean, it was a heartbreaker for them.
Yeah,
I ain't kidding you. They were holding their heads down. But go ahead, Ed.
Well, here's the thing. And it's like Michigan. I appreciate that shout out, Captain Ron. There is a remote possibility that they might get an invite. It all depends what happens this final 2 weeks. And then it depends on what happens in the conference championship. If Michigan wins out, they still could possibly get an invite to go into the, because your 4 conference champions are going to automatic bid, and the rest of them is going to come down to strength of schedule. And then people might say, well, why would Oklahoma get an invite over Texas if Texas beat them? Well, it's because of the teams that Oklahoma's played and beat. It's the same thing with Cincinnati. It could come down to the teams that they played and beat, and getting that large bid. So that large bid is what everybody's shooting for. So there is that remote possibility, but now Cincinnati no longer has control of their own destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma's got control of their destiny, but Missouri's coming into town this next weekend. From what I'm hearing, they're going to have their starting quarterback back, and then that running back that's so hot is good and healthy. So there's a good possibility they could roll into Norman, and if they beat Oklahoma, Oklahoma will be out of the picture. So that's what you're looking at. But Cincinnati, when they lost Arizona, they lost the control. They're dependent on other things, just like Michigan.
Yep.
And the ratio is real slim, but there's that possibility. You can't just write them off, and so the team can't go in and say, well, we don't have a chance no more, might as well just play for next year. No, you got to play to the bitter end. And Texas A&M proved that. They didn't quit. They didn't give up. I like to think the coach told them, hey, boys, you go play Texas here in a couple of weeks like that, and you'll get your guts handed to you. But I was real disappointed in Texas with the showing they did against Georgia. So that's where we're at on a lot of these games. We're still, and it's like the prognosticators such as myself are saying, it's going to go down to that final week. It really is. Of who's going to get an invite and who's not. Go ahead, bro.
Georgia, I mean, they dominated that game anyway. I mean, it just, Arch Manning just had his hands full with Georgia defense. I mean, he couldn't do a damn thing. When it's 10-35 like that, and I don't know, in the very beginning when I was looking at the odds, they had Texas favored to win and changed back to Georgia and then back and forth, and, just, I don't know. But, I was looking at Arch Manning, and he watching him there, and he just sometimes he just looked like a high school quarterback. He really did. He was scrambling around. He didn't really know what the hell to do, and you don't do that against a team like Georgia. But it's when we were talking about the rankings and things, it's hard to get a picture on this stuff. But CC has one of the more stricter ways that they choose their games, and they got that 1-7 deal where they play one of their collegiate I guess rival games, and then they'll have 7 games that is that they pick different within the conference. And one of the things that I noticed is that you can have teams that are like I'll say 10-1 or something like that, and have only played 5 different inter conference games, and may have won I don't know 5 or 4-1 or something like that. Just as an example. And damn people ain't going off here. Just as an example, but and they can be out of the rankings compared to somebody that's a 10-1 that's played more people in played more teams inside the conference, and that's something that changes. That's why this is so damn fluid. It just, you never know what's gonna happen from week to week, and it's just tough to figure this out sometimes when you're looking at these games, and trying to figure out who's going to be top dog when you look at who they've played within the conference, where they can bump themselves up, and so I think that's one of the things that's going on with Missouri right now. They were 3-3 in the conference, and there was other teams there that was that has a kind of I'd say worse record, but that were actually like a 4-3 or 5-3 or something like that. So that they've won more games in that conference, so it kind of moves them up, and so it's a weird way that they do this damn stuff, instead of just I don't know, just taking the games that they play and and the top dogs fighting it out for the top positions or whatever within that conference, to be able to get to the playoffs. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a it's confusing sometimes, but other times you look at it and you go, oh, well, maybe they're right about this, if you're gonna pick these games within the conference. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's just it's been a a fist fight with a lot of these teams, right now, throughout this year. I know, but go ahead, Ed.
It's just like, I believe USC and Oregon's playing this weekend. That game's going to have an impact on who's going to represent the Big Ten, or who's going to get an invite. That's where Michigan's, because right now Oregon's in, but if USC knocks them off this weekend, boom, that opens the door for Michigan to get a chance to get that large invite. So that's the importance of the game. Now, I know Grump don't agree with me. You got to understand, Steve, when I'm sitting there talking about some of these teams, like we were talking last weekend or Friday night, I'm also trying to play with Grump's mind a little bit, and get him to pick the teams I want him to pick. See, and so
it's uncharted waters, brother.
Yes, but right now, it's like Cap Braun said, that nothing's changed as far as I still got that 5-game lead. Is that right? Ain't that right, Grump? I got a 5-game lead.
Yep, you do.
And so I know one thing he don't agree with me on is I don't feel like Ohio State's played that tough of a schedule. And they're going to meet their Waterloo when they get into the playoffs. So these games can change, and so for me to win this, I need Ohio State to lose, and I feel like they're going to lose. I don't think they're going to win. Right now, my saving grace is going to be Texas A&M, but with Oklahoma producing like they're producing, and I've seen some of the various playoff lineups. If they put them in the right bracket, then Oklahoma would end up playing Ohio State in the playoffs. But I'll tell you what would be sweet is if USC made it in the playoffs and they lined Oklahoma up against USC. That would be sweet, just for the bad blood about what Lincoln Riley did to Oklahoma when he left. So, but then you're getting into emotions. So, but when I'm sitting there prognosticating, remember, sometimes guys may think, well, Big Ed ain't making sense. No, there's a method to my madness, and I'm going up against a guy that he'd worked in law enforcement. When he calls into the show on whatever he's talking about, the subject, you can tell he's done his homework. But I want to manipulate that mind to think like, when I can get people to think like me, hey, I'm in control. I'm the boss. I may not know it all, but I know my football. Go ahead.
Well, I tell you, you do know your football. That's, there ain't no doubt about that. And I looked at that. I've went back over the schedule, of Ohio, and yeah, it could have been a little tougher, I think. But the one thing about it is when you look at a team like Texas A&M and they just flat let their guard down when they come in. Against South Carolina, they just, I don't know what the hell happened to them. It was like they just didn't think that this was a serious matchup or whatever. But, when I look at some of the games that even the tougher games that Ohio State's played, and then you go back and you look at how their defense is and the offense, and, their quarterback's in the running for the Heisman Trophy for a reason. I mean, he's a damn good quarterback, and their defense, I would say, is as good or is right up there with Oklahoma or Missouri's got a hell of a defense, and so does Texas A&M. So it's when you get to looking at all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Grump, right now, you take any team out there right now. First of all, the Southeast Conference, my hat's off. That is a brutal conference. But the only team out of all these teams playing that's had the toughest strength of schedule, to be where they're at right now is Oklahoma. There's no team that's had a tougher schedule than Oklahoma. That's what makes them so darn dangerous. If they ever get that offense fired up, and buddy, they'll take it all. But when I look at Ohio State, I ain't saying that they've had just a complete easy schedule. It's just that the schedule of a lot of these teams in the Big Ten, they may look good on paper, they may look good on TV and the eye candy, pass the eye candy test, but you go stacking them up against an Oklahoma and a Texas A&M, even Alabama and Georgia, they don't quite meet the overall standards. But go ahead, that's just my opinion.
Yep, I think Oklahoma's they've had a hell of a tough schedule. I really do. I think if they had a better running game and they had some guys that can catch that ball, Material's a hell of a quarterback. I mean, he can put that ball where it needs to be, and he can run the ball. I mean, that's something else that the guy can do. I mean, he can scramble and get out of the pocket, get the ball launched. But as far as their receiving and running backs and things, they're going to have to bump it up. I mean, they can't win that game alone by their defense, and I think that's where Ohio State has been a very dominant team is number one. They got some guys that, when you look at some of the catches and some of the plays that they've made and things like that, even against some of these scrub teams, I call them scrub teams that just, they're not ranked or anything else. But I mean, when they're playing them, I mean, it's just, you're like, damn, this is pro material right here. I mean, these guys have just, they have kept penalties down, and that's something that wins games. When you look at, teams like, hell, I don't know what was it. Alabama had 7 or 8 penalties in the second half that just cost them a ton of yards. You can't be doing that. I was looking at, you jump over to pros. Look at Kansas City. They've had like 14 damn holding penalties. Let me rephrase that. They've had like 4 per game. When you add all that up, you're in negative, 600 yards or whatever. That's what's winning games is these teams that are disciplined and keeping these penalties and things down. I haven't really looked into the Oklahoma side of it. Texas A&M's another one. They're about medium on the penalties. They can get stupid when they want to. When they're just out there playing ball and stuff, and it's usually over stupid things. With their holding calls. And
Hey, Grump, we need to pause there as we close out hour number 1. Much more to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's stepping away from what she calls toxic politics. Greene appeared on CNN's State of the Union and says she regrets her past rhetoric and fears Trump's recent criticism could inspire violence.
I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country, and that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years, and it has divided our country, split up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems.
She apologized for contributing to political tension and urged leaders on both sides to cool the temperature. Senator Tim Kaine is defending Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, telling House Democrats to focus on their own chamber after some called for Schumer's ouster. Kaine appeared on NBC's Meet the Press.
They should focus on their own leadership and let senators do what we need to do to keep this country moving forward.
Kaine says reopening the government required compromise, even as progressives criticize the funding deal for lacking health care subsidies. A Senate vote on those subsidies is expected, but the House has not yet committed. U.S. Marines guarding the American Embassy in Haiti came under fire from suspected gang members in Port-au-Prince and returned fire without injuries. Haiti remains gripped by lawlessness, with gangs controlling most of the capital. State Department spokesman Vinay Patel.
We do expect these helicopter movements to make multiple trips in order to try and get as many American citizens as today, while also continuing to look at what option might be available.
A UN-backed force is forming, but with no stable government since 2021, security continues to deteriorate. Reverend Jesse Jackson has been hospitalized in Chicago, but not on life support, contrary to earlier reports. The 84-year-old civil rights leader is stable and breathing on his own while being treated for progressive supranuclear palsy, a rare neurological disorder affecting movement and balance. His family says he remains active, even calling for 2,000 churches to prepare holiday food baskets. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
California Governor Gavin Newsom spent the past week at the UN Climate Conference in Brazil, which included a visit to the heart of the Amazon rainforest.
Governor Newsom spent one day in the Amazon River Basin and witnessed how they utilize sustainable solutions in one of the world's most important ecosystems.
So I'm here in the heart of the Amazon, just walked up 15 stories on top of a data tower with sensors and data that is collected and shared all across the United States of America, including in the state of California.
He says he's taking back the information he learned in Brazil to Sacramento. I'm Jim Forbes.
CMS Director Dr. Mehmet Oz says the Trump administration is considering multiple options to extend COVID-era healthcare subsidies, which are set to expire at year's end. The subsidies were a key issue in last month's government shutdown. Officials are exploring ways to maintain coverage for millions of Americans. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.07. Mono County, California, took to $5.87. Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.31. A 22-year-old man is in critical condition in Greece after attempting to swallow a burger whole.
The man, whose name has not been released, made the attempt during a meal with friends in Karopi Thursday. He has since been placed on a ventilator. The man reportedly stopped breathing for 2 minutes. His airways were obstructed, leading to severe complications affecting his brain, kidneys, and other organs. Local police are investigating the incident, and they're seeking footage from the restaurant to determine if anyone encouraged him to attempt the stunt. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Just like that, getting a new week underway. Yeah, man, those weekends. go by way too fast, don't they? So, making our way into a Monday from time zone to time zone, 17th day of November. Here we go. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, hello to Jason, checking in this morning. Sitting down here in Houston, Texas, waiting to get unloaded with some steel plate. Got 74 degrees, cloudy skies, roads are dry. Be safe out there to the listening family. And hello to the Ice Cream Man, checking in from Grand Isle, Nebraska. And, of course, welcome back to the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, Mr. Grump. All right, we were talking.
Go ahead, Grump.
Talking some college football. Yeah, lay it on us. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's out of the 148 games that he and I have called, picked on this during this season here.
Yeah.
Most of these damn games, Steve, I'm not kidding you. When you look at the ones that the close games, I would say probably 80% of those games has come down to 3 points. Let's just put it within 6 points. So you look at, on the winner, and when I'm looking at games, and I know, looking at the schedules and stuff like that, Ohio State, I think could have had a tougher schedule, but when you look at how they've dominated everything, the toughest game they had was with the Texas, and that was on the season opener, 14-7. Neither one of them teams played worth a damn, as far as I was concerned. I mean, it was a good game as far as defense and offense, but it wasn't what they could play, their true potential. We was looking at, I think more eyes was on Arch Manning than anything during that game, and seeing how he was going to play, and that was kind of where things started falling off with him until he started picking it up a little bit. But and then, like I said here, this last game, he wasn't impressive at all. I mean, the way he was scrambling and stuff, he just looked like a high school kid out there. But we still got some football left, and we'll see what happens. But tough. One of the tougher games is going to be Michigan, I think. But if Michigan plays the way Michigan played Saturday, I don't think Ohio State's going to have a problem getting by them. I mean, it's going to be just when they played Northwestern there, it was Northwestern was giving them all they could handle. I mean, it was just I think it was 24-21 or something like that. I can't remember what it was, just off the top of my head. But yeah, it was a decent game. I was kind of flipping around watching some of that, and I set my screen up on my big TV there. I'll set it up where I can see 4 games at one time, on there, on that multi-view thing there. So I'm kind of looking around at them and stuff. But like I said, it's going to be if it come down to the fact where Ohio had to play Oklahoma, with their defense, they'd damn sure have their hands full. But I think Ohio's offense would be enough to get by. So I don't know. It's going to be anybody's game, right now. But like I say, the two strongest that I still see right now is Texas A&M and Ohio State. So Indiana, they're another one that didn't have that great of a schedule, I don't think.
No, they've had a soft schedule, really, when you compare them. All right, let's look at my loss. Texas and Georgia. I went with Texas based on the performance mainly against Vanderbilt, because that was an impressive win. And I thought if this team that beat Vanderbilt shows up, they're going to give Georgia more than they can handle. But unfortunately, they didn't show up, so that's where I got my prognostication wrong. It wasn't emotions; it was just based on their level of play they've been playing. It's like Grump says, one team will show up for one game, boom, they're gone for the next. Now, I still was comfortable, even though Cincinnati lost, in picking Cincinnati over Arizona. Now, even when you look at their game with BYU, all the posters are saying Cincinnati's got a 46% chance of winning against a good, solid BYU team. But common sense tells me that, and I think that game's been played out there at Provo, tells me that I don't think Cincinnati's going to pull it off, but that remains to be seen, based on the injury reports that might come out. But let's look at Duke and Virginia that Grump and I lost together. Everything was saying Duke should have won that game. But guess what? They didn't show up, and Virginia put a slapping on them. Same thing with South Florida. They hurt their chances when they let Navy come. And the same Navy team that got thrashed the last two games, they showed up. South Florida didn't show up. But all right, South Florida should have won that darn game. It's the same thing when we went separate. I picked Pittsburgh and Grump went with Notre Dame. Here's the thing with Notre Dame, because they're an independent. If they was in a conference, Notre Dame wouldn't even be in the damn conversation. But they're not in the they're not in the conference. They're independent, so they'll more than likely get an at-large bid. But the only thing they got going for them is that one running back. What's his name? Love, Grump?
Yeah.
And that's their icing right there. That's their strength. You take him out of the equation, and they're on wobbly legs then. So that's why I'm not comfortable with picking Notre Dame. So could I have went different? Yeah, I should have went different. But that's how Grump ended up beating me on that game. Go ahead, Grump.
Well, we was talking about BYU. They're deadly in the red zone. They're deadly in the red zone because they got a quarterback / fullback that can get the ball into the end zone. And when Texas Tech just took their legs out from underneath them. I mean, they just flat did not allow that to happen, and that's how they got beat so damn bad with Texas Tech. And it's I don't know. I look at Cincinnati, a team like that, and I think they're going to look at a lot of film between Texas Tech and BYU, and holding Big Boy in the middle of the field where he's nothing. I mean, he's really, he can throw the ball once in a while, but he's too damn big to scramble. The only thing he's got going for him is in the red zone and those 5-yard bursts that he does through the line. I mean, hell, it's just hard to hold on to him when he's 265 pounds and 6'5" or whatever he is. He's a big kid, and that's where they've been the strongest, is in that area right there. So when they went into Texas Tech controlled that area. They said, nope, you're not going to make it this far. And they knew that they just their defense would just have a hell of a time containing that dude if they got in that area. So I think I had BYU picked as one of my conference winners, just on one of my betting things there that I do, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I mean, it's like I said, they're good in the red zone because they got that power and that for that one with a quarterback, but anything other than that, I don't think they can handle it.
Yeah, that's based on what I've been reading so far, studying so far. I would be hard pressed to pick Cincinnati, but as sure as I go against them, they'll go out there and put a knot on BYU. So it's going to be. I'm gonna have to be like Grump. I'm gonna have to analyze that a little deeper.
Yeah, it's I'm just kind of curious how they're gonna. If they can control him and keep him out of the red zone, they got it. And Cincinnati will dominate that. I mean, they got the defense to do it, they got the offense to do it. But You know,
Well,
if
Lou, here, A&M's got to play Texas here coming up. I don't think Texas, based on what I've seen performance in Georgia, will be able to stack up. And I know, too, when the playoff rankings come out, right now they're talking James Madison at large, out of the group of 5. It'd be James Madison or possibly North Texas getting into the playoffs. So, but that remains to be seen. South Florida, like I say, they just knocked themselves plumb out of contention. And then we got, did we have Georgia Tech down this weekend? Grunt?
I'm really surprised that North Texas has not been in, has not been in the rankings right now. They, they've played some damn good ball. I mean, really, they have. In fact, I was looking at them and I was like, where in the hell's North Texas at? I figured they would be, 24, 25 out of, instead of South Florida, I think it was 25.
Right.
But,
Georgia Tech just barely escaped Boston College. So it just depends on what's going on. And like I said, if you're keeping up with the teams that we're picking out there, it makes for a good, exciting weekend of football. And I appreciate Grump keeping me informed because unfortunately I had to attend a funeral Saturday, so some of it I didn't get to watch. I was depending on Grump to shoot me messages, and in between tears, I looked at that's a poor joke, and
right.
Looked at what Grump was saying. But anyway,
between tears and beers.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was my brother. I lost him back in June, and we finally got my sister healed up enough from her surgery where she could attend. We had to have his celebration of life, and it was, had to do it. So, but anyway, I didn't get to watch. Oh yeah, it did, and then I appreciate you keeping me informed. And so I didn't get to watch a lot of these games, like the Cincinnati game. I really didn't get to keep up with it. So I was just, Steve, and trust me, buddy, I want you to remember, I picked Cincinnati over some of them other stink teams when Grump was back.
Quit sucking up.
Buddy. Grump would say, old Cincinnati's getting their ass kicked. All right. So I want you to know I felt bad for you, brother.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah.
Hey,
it was a good game though until the last quarter of it there, and then it was a close game the whole time. I mean, it was just it was just I think quote my buddy Big Ed there. It's just a damn shame that one team had to lose, because they both played really good, But that's just
get ready for this weekend, man. This weekend and next weekend, it's going to be some barn burners out there. And,
well, they had some eye openers this weekend, didn't they?
I'm telling
sure
you.
did.
And right quick before Heat Wave calls in there and starts bashing A&M. Because he's going to do it. Heat Wave, that was a good win, whether you like it or not, because that proves, to be down 30 points, I think they was just having a bad half. That's all it was. Then they climbed back, and even though South Carolina ain't in the mix, they're not a shabby team. Just one or two players are fulfilling their roster. And they're right, because I actually thought South Carolina would be right in the mix this year. And I know everybody's calling for Beamer's head, but I'd give that guy another year. Give him a chance. By next year, we can be talking about different leaders in the Southeast Conference. But right now, Texas A&M, I know that we bashed over rooting for your Lobos, but I know Texas A&M's your team. But you bring negativity to the conversation, Heatwave. I expect you to call in here and say how great they was. So, go ahead.
Miami was that was a good game. Against North Carolina. I mean, Miami. I don't know how the hell they could play with them cheerleaders sitting on the sideline. Do you see the Miami cheerleaders? My goodness. They look like the damn Rockettes out there dancing around there. I was like, even at Christmas, it ain't no. I think that was why North Carolina sucked. Because they gawking at the cheerleaders. And, 3 plays later, Miami made us score a touchdown. But yeah, it was some good football. It really was.
Well, I guess until Thursday night, Friday morning, I'm going to say it like I said it. And Grump, he's chasing me. Remember, guys, when we're calling in, who's losing at the moment. And so I may not know it all like Grump, but I know my football. And with that, Steve, right quick, Steve.
Yes.
Our good friend Josh, I believe I told you that. Did I tell you he was going to be off for 6 weeks?
You did, yes.
So I'll get with him and maybe we can get a phone call out of him. And I'm sure it'll happen. So
okay,
I'll let you know more about that later.
Very good.
So, but I love the show. Appreciate the shout outs from the listeners. And right quick, Mr. Lauren Wees, I appreciated all them videos and the pictures you were sending about that rodeo. He's been out there.
Yeah.
Rodeo, and he's a rodeo man, and maybe he can give us a rundown on the whole week. So, all righty, I may not know it all, but I'm over football. With that, I'm out of here. Thank you, Grump.
There you go, the prognosticator of prognosticators. And Grump, thank you very much, Mr. Analyst.
Appreciate it, Steve.
All right. Well, rolling toward news break here, bottom of the hour, a couple minutes away. We touched on it Friday morning, kind of had an advance notice. Said, hey, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement's going to be rolling into Charlotte, maybe over the weekend or by, say, today. Indeed, they rolled in over the weekend. And apparently it's kind of like deja vu all over the country. The story's been the same. It's Los Angeles, Boulder, Colorado, Chicago. When ICE begins rolling into a city for immigration enforcement operations, all of a sudden the left-wing mayors, other politicians lose their proverbial minds. Local police prevented from assisting the federal partners, jailed illegal aliens with ICE retainers being released before they can be taken into federal custody. Lawsuits are filed, protests organized. Time and time again, it's the soft-on-crime leaders in these deep blue cities doing everything they can to obstruct ICE and protect the criminal illegal aliens. Latest example, Democrats putting illegals over the citizens. Indeed, Charlotte, North Carolina. Operation Charlotte's Web, netting dozens of arrests over the weekend. The mayor apparently fed up with the feds. Mayor Vi Lyles and her leftist minions quick to let their illegal residents know the city's doing everything they can to actually protect them from ICE. A statement says, we still don't know any details on where they may be operating and to what extent. I understand this news will create uncertainty and anxiety for many in our community. Everyone deserves to feel secure, and I'm committed to doing all I can to inform our community, help make sure everybody feels safe and understand their rights. It's also important for people to understand the CMPD is not involved in the federal immigration activities. So people who need to call law enforcement services should feel secure calling 911. there continues to be rumors about enforcement activities. I would ask everyone refrain from sharing any unverified information, as that creates more fear and uncertainty. And we'll continue to work with local and state partners, do what we can to ensure the safety of the community. And that's saying the community is safer with the likes of even the criminal illegals on the streets, is pretty much the way they put it. Well, a Border Control commander speaking this past morning, Sunday morning, verifying dozens of arrests in Charlotte occurred this past day. Federal immigration agents, they say, spotted near churches, apartment complexes, stores. Charlotte, the latest target on the immigration enforcement surge around the country, which will obviously combat crime despite objections from the local leaders, and what city after city constantly says the crime rate's trending downward. Gregory Bovino, who led hundreds of Customs and Border Protection agents on a similar effort in Chicago, taking to social media, documented a few of the more than 80 arrests that he said agents had made over the weekend, posting pictures of illegals, writing, "We arrested him, taking him off the streets of Charlotte so he can't continue to ignore our laws and drive intoxicated on the same roads you and your loved ones are on." Again, there's a nonprofit group there that offers services to Latino communities. Some said that they're too afraid to leave their homes to attend school, medical appointments, or even go to work. A dental clinic the group runs had 9 cancellations on Friday alone. And no word on how long they're going to be there, but operations really just beginning there in Charlotte. All right, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get that new day underway. Ah, yes, a Monday. Somebody say greatest day of the week. I'm seeing numerous forecasters kind of pointing out some of the outlook right about Thanksgiving. It may be just before, just after, but talking about a big-time surge of Arctic air, kind of reminiscent of what we saw a little over a week ago. A cold snap dropping all the way down to the Gulf Coast. One post, confidence starting to increase on a major blast of cold air arriving near or just after Thanksgiving. Could be the coldest air so far this season and the beginning of a very cold pattern that might very well last right into December. That pattern would be favorable for potential winter storm systems from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic states. In other words, wintry precipitation, snow. And then from Snowbird Bob, looking out even a little bit further, some of the models depicting a mid-December major outbreak that could rival December of the year 2000. Yes, 25 years ago. Anybody remember the winter of 2000? Well, the long-range data says it could rival that. A powerful surge of Arctic air showing up on the long-range guidance. Looking at a time frame December 11th through the 16th. If it verifies, could be one of the coldest mid-December stretches we've seen in 25 years. Now, this pattern doesn't reach the extreme historic levels of 1983 or 1989. Those were once-in-a-generation events, but it absolutely could rival December of 2000. That did bring widespread, brutal cold across the plains, Midwest, parts of the South. Now, keep in mind, it's still a ways out. So this could beat 2000. It could come closer to 1983 to 89 if the trend's colder. And this could start coming in around the first week of December, lasting off and on through New Year's. But temperature anomalies are showing a 20 to 35 degree below normal across a huge portion of the country. This type of setup brings multiple shots of Arctic air, numerous chances for winter weather, bitter wind chills, pattern support for snow or ice, even in parts of the South, and a strong, deep trough locked over the central USA. Now, as always, this is long-range data. Patterns can shift, but the signals are lining up exactly the way we've been discussing in recent weeks. They break all that down. This is a setup we're going to watch very closely. All right, we'll break it down in detail inside the supporter hub, including the cold risks, snow chances, what it could mean for Christmas week, a.k.a. a white Christmas. So, we'll keep an eye on things. Temperature anomalies for a large part of the central USA, extending all the way down through Oklahoma and northern Texas, showing deep, cold temperatures. Meanwhile, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The new day underway. We were talking Charlotte, the latest city making headlines with immigration and customs enforcement rolling in over the past weekend. The head of the Border Patrol sector and other Trump administration officials calling their tactics appropriate for the growing threats on agents out there. The Department of Homeland Security that oversees Customs and Border Protection not responding to inquiries about the arrest in Charlotte. Elsewhere, Homeland Security hasn't offered any details about these arrests just yet. But by Sunday, reports of activity around Charlotte were overwhelming and difficult to quantify, according to the executive director of the community development group, Charlotte East. In an early morning email blast, he said, the past 2 hours we have received countless reports of Border Patrol activity at churches, apartment complexes, as well as a hardware store. One city council member-elect said federal agents appeared to be focused on churches and apartment buildings. Of course, focusing on North Carolina because of the sanctuary policies that limit cooperation between the local authorities and immigration authorities. We are surging Homeland Security law enforcement to Charlotte to ensure Americans are safe and the public safety threats are removed. Spokesperson for Homeland Security there. All right, coming up, we'll get to some back and forth between the railroads. A lot of the merger and acquisition, I guess, the Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern taking a big step, clearing the first merger hurdles late this past week, progressing, moving forward there. Latest on cargo theft, which has been much of our discussion in recent weeks. You might have missed it last week. Indiana Roadrunner had chimed in and given the heads up, kind of inquiring about there was ambitious plans to create a trucker village, which has proven to be maybe too ambitious. A few years ago, Dean Ash, noticing that truck drivers were being treated almost subhuman, kind of going back to the pandemic scenario. Many truck stops wanting you to fuel up and go. Amenities at some of these truck stops were sparse. My core is to treat everybody like a human being, like they deserve to be treated, he said at the time, and I think too often drivers are considered to be a commodity. He wanted to create a place that treated truckers like royalty. That was where the idea for Truckers Paradise was born. The concept was both simple and grandiose: transform a former outlet mall into a destination, catering primarily to the long-haul truck drivers. Preliminary plans envisioned a bank, barber, doctor's office, veterinarian, other staples occupying the storefronts. It was to be a one-stop shop for truckers, to take care of all of their personal needs while on the required 10-hour break or a 34-hour restart. The abandoned outlet mall, Gainesville, Texas, becoming the site of Truckers Paradise November the 8th of last year. So the demise, just about the one-year anniversary. They held their soft opening on that date. In addition to many of the same amenities you see at the larger truck stop chains, it included a cigar shop, loaded dock for limited freight transfer. Initially, Ash planned on making some money from paid parking through the Truck Parking Club. That plan was quickly scrapped after it ended up bringing in almost no business whatsoever. We could have bought a couple of hamburgers with the money we got from the paid parking. Ash realized how much of a distaste truckers have for paid parking, offering that went against his core. So he pledged to distance himself from any organization that wanted to come in charge for parking. Ash told Trucking with OOIDA in September that pushing back on paid parking bucked the industry trends. Investors questioned the move, but he insisted, after all, the entire concept of Truckers Paradise was based on bucking the truck stop trends. The writing was on the wall from the very beginning, apparently. In the early phases of Trucker Paradise, he met with the NATSO Vice President of Membership, Darren Schulte. That's the trade association representing truck stop operators. Schulte told Ash not to do it. His cautionary words came as more truck stops replaced diners with fast food chains. While some truck stops are more revenue potential in getting drivers in and out, Ash wanted Truckers Paradise to be a place where truckers could stay as long as they want. Wanted to give you a reason to get out of the truck. From the movie Field of Dreams, you may recall, if you build it, they will come. In this case, they did not. Actually, one day shy of the one-year anniversary of the soft launch, Truckers Paradise was evicted from the property, according to the Gainesville Daily Register. Several employees had filed complaints after not getting paid for weeks. Subsequently, 35 in Liberty, the property owner, announced Truckers Paradise is out. After months of ongoing litigation, we've officially evicted Truckers Paradise, and we're deeply relieved to see the matter resolved. Okay, so kind of a sad end. I shared with you last week the actual statement from Dean Ash that had posted at the time that I guess the ownership did what they had to do. They did the right thing. On the Truckers Paradise website, Ash said that unexpected delays, cost overruns, acknowledging the landlord acted appropriately. So, kind of short-lived. It's not clear where Truckers Paradise goes from here. Ash couldn't be reached for comment, but as recently as September, he said city and county officials in Fresno, California, a Salt Lake City suburb, and a suburb in Wichita, Kansas, had all expressed interest in doing something similar, a.k.a. a truckers' village sort of scenario. For now, there will not be another day in Truckers Paradise, Gainesville, Texas. But all right, 844-844-3388 on the greatest day of the week.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Yeah, first, hello to Gary. Get the new week underway. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight crew. Happy Monday. 34 degrees here, southwest Ohio. Yeah, Buckeye Boy said, as far as the Truckers Paradise, he had a grandiose idea that just really had no chance of working, especially in that location. It needs more than one major interstate to be close. And as I was going through some of the comments when the news first broke of the demise, numerous truck drivers were referencing, I guess there's a big casino somewhere not very far away that had ample truck parking as well, and dining opportunities there. So I guess, sometimes the pieces just don't fall in place. Scratch and McGroin chimed in. He said, our old pal Cue Ball actually at one point posted a video when he was there at the Truckers Paradise. Showed him having a cigar there. Truckers Paradise. Speaking of Cue Ball, as he crossed my mind this past day, hasn't checked in quite some time. Gonna have to ask Philip if he's been following Cue Ball. I know he's had his plate full, been working on getting Orwell back on the road. I've no idea how things are progressing there, but all right, our number, 844-844-3388. All right, scouring through social media, we come across tons and tons of fictitious posts about this interstellar object, 31 Atlas. I always check and double check before I share anything in regards to these things, because, like I said, most of them are fictitious. This is from the New York Post, so that would be a reputable news outlet, telling us that NASA is set to release the much-anticipated images of this Manhattan-sized interstellar object, 31 Atlas, sometime early this week, apparently, according to an agency source. The photos of the mysterious object were taken by the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter's HiRISE camera as it passed by the red planet from back on October the 1st through October the 7th. Now, supposedly, they weren't released because of the government shutdown, which ultimately ended last Wednesday. The source said the release of the snaps, expected to be the highest resolution of any image of 31 Atlas yet, could come as early as this week, as we said. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb is the one who's conjectured that this could potentially be an alien spacecraft. Panned the long-delayed release as a symptom of government inefficiency. Science, he said, should have been prioritized over bureaucracy. The truth about the nature of 31 Atlas will be revealed by sharing the data, not by the storyline of the gatekeepers. The HiRISE camera images, again, will be the clearest yet, even surpassing the photos taken by the Hubble Space Telescope back in late July, which to date have provided the most stark pictures. Now, Loeb stated that the HiRISE images will present one of the best opportunities to learn about the nucleus of this massive object, which that's what will reveal its true nature. He's the one that had been kind of sounding the alarm over the mysterious anti-tail of 31 Atlas, which is a unique extension in the direction of the sun, not seen in normal everyday comments. These images would give us a side view as well as a spatial resolution. This is 3 times better than that of the Hubble Space Telescope, he explains. Even though the image is not likely to resolve the solid nucleus itself, it can set a tight constraint on its diameter based on the brightest pixel. He says, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, sky watchers celebrated last week when there was speculation that the object had broke apart. 31 Atlas ultimately had not. It emerged fully intact after its close encounter with the sun. Like I said, there's been tons of false information. I saw some of those, and some of these were using like artificial intelligence generating videos that were rather convincing, looking like the object was breaking into multiple pieces. It is not. The object is now hurtling towards Jupiter, where it will be surveilled by NASA's Juno space probe and the European Space Agency's JUICE spacecraft until it ultimately exits our solar system sometime next March, they're telling us. Okay. Remember, wasn't it right about July 1, July 4, something earlier this year when it was first discovered? And all this media hype, social media hype about, this is actually an alien spacecraft that's going to swing around the sun and then head directly toward the Earth to be here maybe sometime about Thanksgiving. That was the early reports. Well, Thanksgiving just a little over a week away. But it will be interesting if they can, when they release those photographs this week. Supposedly, I saw that the government shutdown prohibited them because everybody was off work. 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The Democrats have nothing else to talk about.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein files to attack President Trump while speaking on Fox News Sunday.
Democrats have nothing else to talk about. What have they accomplished in 10 months? Epstein is their entire game plan. So we're going to take that weapon out of their hand this week.
The House is expected to vote this week on a measure to release all DOJ Epstein files, with many Republicans likely to support it. If passed, the measure then moves on to the Senate, where its fate is uncertain. FBI Director Kash Patel says the U.S.-China agreement to halt shipments of fentanyl ingredients is a major step, expecting immediate results. He appeared on Fox News.
We got the agreement solidified, and it's already in place, and we're going to see immediate results and immediate American lives saved.
The deal followed President Trump cutting tariffs on Chinese goods after President Xi Jinping pledged to tackle fentanyl trafficking. Acting U.S. Attorney Alina Habba says she's feeling better after the arrest of Keith Michael Lisa, who damaged her Newark office earlier this week.
This individual obviously got very close to where I sit for work every single day. So it was, he got into the building. It was frightening.
Lisa's been charged with possession of a weapon in a federal facility and destruction of property. Reportedly returned to the office after being denied entry. He tore down photos when he couldn't reach Habba. Senator John Fetterman is recovering at home after a fall near his Braddock residence on November 13th. The Pennsylvania Democrat experienced a ventricular fibrillation flare-up, causing him to hit his face. He received 20 stitches and says he's grateful for the well wishes and care from the medical professionals.
The beauty of the defibrillator is that it was able to shock him back into rhythm so he didn't suffer another stroke or what we call anoxia. That's where the brain doesn't get enough oxygen and people die in about 3 minutes. Or they become brain dead.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump is taking aim at Indiana state Republican lawmakers over stalled redistricting efforts.
In a Truth Social post Sunday, Trump specifically called out Senators Rod Bray and Greg Good, saying he was, quote, very disappointed. The president added that the lawmakers should do their job and do it now, or let's get them out of office ASAP. This comes after Bray said Friday there were not enough votes to move forward with the plan and that the Indiana Senate will not reconvene in December. I'm Lisa Carton.
New York Jets quarterback Chris Boyd was critically injured in a Midtown shooting early today. The 29-year-old was shot outside of a popular restaurant following a dispute. He's now in a hospital. Authorities are investigating. No arrests have yet been made. Students in South Florida can now witness Holocaust history firsthand with the opening of the Craig and Barbara Weiner Holocaust Museum at Nova Southeastern University.
Quite frankly, there is no better tool to teach against hate, against bullying, against prejudice than Holocaust education. So this was our entire mission in making this donation to the Broward County school system.
The museum's permanent collection of artifacts tells the story of millions of lives lost, showing the human impact beyond just what's learned in books.
We also want them to leave school as better people.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.07. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.31. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour underway on a Monday. Here we go. Get the new week started. Hope you had a good weekend. This hour, several tariff updates, adjustments being made on some tariffs to help bring prices down for you, the consumers. Positive news. The impacts of tariffs bringing jobs back to this country. The likes of automobile production. We start things this hour in the great state of Texas, Austin, Texas. We're sometimes digesting these figures, and it's hard to grasp. The state of Texas is lamenting the fact that every day for the past 25 years, someone dies in a crash in that state. State agencies trying to do something about it. Can you imagine that? Every single day for the past quarter century, a mother, father, son, or daughter has died in a crash in Texas, according to the Texas DOT. Yeah, there's many wonderful things Texas is known for, but the 25-year streak of daily deaths, that's something we need to change. According to their press release, November the 7th of the year 2000 was the last deathless day on Texas roads. Since then, the state has lost more than 91,000 people in traffic crashes. Last week, on the tragic anniversary, November 7, Texas DOT began asking everyone to help us end this streak. It's devastating thinking of all the families and communities that have lost loved ones in the past 25 years. Time to end this deadly streak. But it's going to take all of us to do it. We can engineer improvements. Law enforcement can patrol roads. Everyone needs to drive like a Texan, kind, courteous, and safe to prevent crashes. Easier said than done, right? Texas DOT and the Department of Public Safety announced a joint endeavor to share safe driving messages. During traffic stops for the next several weeks, troopers will hand out a tip card listing safe driving behaviors that reflect the top causes when it comes to crashes. Through engineering and collaboration with law enforcement, we're working to improve things. Education, innovation can help it. It's the everyday choices the people make that'll truly end the streak. To show that safety is truly Texas DOT's top priority, they have $60 billion worth of active construction projects in the state. And every single one of those projects has, they say, a safety component involved. using technology to improve safety, which it says includes building innovative intersections, implementing new safe design strategies, using artificial intelligence to help prevent crashes. Ending the streak, though, will require every driver to consistently make safe decisions every time you get behind the wheel. Drive at a safe speed. Fasten that safety belt. If needed, get a sober ride. Avoid distractions. Move over or slow down for vehicles with flashing lights on the side of the road. All common sense things, but we all want to get to our destination safely. Well, that's, like I said, very interesting statistic. 25 years, not a day has gone by where someone, or in many cases more than one, have lost a life on the roads there in Texas. How about that? Hey, we get the new week started. Head on down to the Sunshine State. What's going on, Philip?
Just driving to work, bud. Have you been having any problems with your hookup tonight on your cell lines?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because your sound right now with the way you sound and your show's been sounding on the phone here, it sounds kind of like when those headsets, a lot of them wear those headsets, we call it helicoptering, but It sounded a lot like that. I don't know if it's on my end or if it's on your end.
Probably need to do a reset on the phones here. That's most likely the culprit.
Yeah, it's kind of like wobbling in. I encountered this a little bit when I talked to Eskimo Mom with her headset. Hers does it, and there's another one that we talked to that does it too as well. But have you seen what the Chinese have done with the laser? They're competing with Elon there with the satellites. Did you see that?
I have not.
They are sending a signal over a 2-watt laser to another satellite, and they're, basically communicating kind of like what Elon was testing with his program. And they got it down to 2 watts, that's really nothing if you look at the big picture. I mean, that's really low wattage and it doesn't take a lot of power. But they're sending it like 36,000 kilometers. They can send a signal, which that's a long ways. What do you think, man?
That's bizarre.
It's very bizarre. It's something I read about yesterday, and then also Elon and them guys, they've been hooking it up. They launched 2 of them within 3 hours over here the other night. So now we've got 3 rockets coming back on 3 drone ships back to Cape Canaveral. We had the one last week with Blue Origin, and then we've got 2 for Elon that are coming back now. So they're moving a lot of stuff over there at the Cape. They're doing it pretty fast too. He's over 150 now, I think, right now on launches. I don't know. I haven't really been keeping track of the count, but I believe he's over 150. And the Starship is still going along. And I got a message the other day from Heatwave that said, hey, what happened over at McGregor, Texas? Well, that's where they do a lot of testing for their engines. Elon and SpaceX does, and that's where they had I think they had a little bit of a unscheduled disassembly on something. So, yeah, they had a little bit of an explosion over there. So, but it happens. I mean, that's part of testing. So I don't know. Did you hear anything about that one?
No, I have not. Not a thing.
Yeah. So, but it's busy. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I want to mention Rambler. I hope everybody puts their thoughts and prayers to Rambler. His family's going through kind of a tough time with something, and I hope they, give my condolences to them and keep on going. They're going through a really tough time right now, and that's pretty much, buddy. I mean, there ain't too much happening out here in the world. And, before I go, you know how you talk about these domicile CDLs they're going to be getting rid of that a lot of folks have?
And there's an update. Apparently,
Steve?
there's a federal appeals court, I guess, late last week that said you can't enforce that right now. I've got the update on that I can share.
Okay. Well, I know for a fact, okay, it's not in the trucking industry. It's actually with dealing with buses that somebody has already had their CDL taken away because of that. In transportation. It's not in trucking. It's in buses.
Gotcha.
Has to do with buses. I don't want to mention any more about that because it's a real good friend of mine, but it is happening out there. And there are going to be a lot of folks that are not going to have a job if they even got things right with their, their status of being in the States. So I know it's happening. Like I said, I don't know about truck driving. Maybe that pertains to trucking. But in transportation in general, it's not just happening in trucking. It's happening with dealing with buses and all kinds of other stuff. I'm pretty sure they are watching everybody right now. Anybody that's got a CDL, whether you drive a van, a bus, a truck, or whatever that needs a CDL. So just thought I'd throw that out there. And that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
All right, Philip, thank you for checking in. That clears things up. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I'll go ahead and take care of a phone reset just to be doubly sure that everything's operating properly. And let's see, quick timeout. I'll give you the Federal Appeals Court in D.C. ruled late last week that the DOT's restrictions on immigrants obtaining their CDLs cannot be enforced. Where do we go from here, I guess is the question. Again, details just ahead. New day underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems,
we protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So obviously, we've been following very closely when the restrictions were put in place in September. All this attention coming from the truck driver causing a tractor-trailer crash that killed three, the U-turn there in Florida. Kind of got the ball rolling here. Harjinder Singh, an Indian citizen who illegally entered the U.S. in 2018 via the southern border, who has now pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of vehicular homicide and 3 counts of manslaughter. Now, the court found the federal government did not follow proper procedure when they created this new rule, or explain how the rule would promote safety. Okay, sounds like a no-brainer that individuals illegally in the country not being behind the wheel of a 18-wheeler would make the road safer. Anyway, judges noted the FMCSA data shows about 5% of all commercial driver's licenses belong to immigrants. Now, they said they only account for about 0.2% of fatal crashes. Harjinder Singh, who received his license in California, failed his CDL knowledge exam in Washington State 10 times within 2 months, failed his air brakes knowledge exam twice, obviously failed his English proficiency test. An audit of California records showed that many immigrant licenses remained valid long after their work permits had expired, which just last week led Secretary Duffy to tell them revoke 17,000 licenses. The new DOT restrictions would allow immigrants who hold 3 specific classes of visas to obtain commercial licenses valid for 1 year, and then require an immigration status to be confirmed via a federal database. Now, those rules would disqualify about 10,000 of the 200,000 current immigrants with commercial licenses. The rules would not be enforced, meaning drivers could keep their licenses until they expire. Obviously, OOIDA, representing some 150,000 drivers out there, thanked the administration for their efforts to restore common sense, obviously, in a statement back in August. As we know, pausing commercial truck drivers' visas will help ensure only qualified individuals get licenses. Now, the misuse of the visa programs, along with the rise of the non-domiciled CDL holders in recent years, has brought in a flood of drivers into our country who struggle to operate safely and in compliance with the regulations, obviously. We're working with the administration and Congress on implementing more comprehensive licensing and training standards to prevent those unsafe drivers getting behind the wheel. Obviously, Secretary Duffy announcing last month the administration withheld $40 million from California, as we know. To have funding reinstated, the state must ensure that state inspectors are fulfilling their duty of testing truck drivers for the English proficiency during roadside inspections and removing those who fail from the road, which, to my understanding, even to this date, law enforcement in California is refusing to do so. All right, moving on to, I said we'd get to some tariff updates here on a Monday morning. Obviously, we've been watching the price of beef. Coffee prices have been skyrocketing. Several other items. President Trump signing an executive order this past Friday to actually get rid of tariffs on a swath of commodities, to include beef, coffee, tropical fruits. Part of a response, pressure coming from consumers. We're seeing prices are too high. Now, this after voters in off-year elections earlier this month cited economic concerns as their top issue. Yeah, we saw the big wins for Democrats in Virginia and New Jersey. It wasn't really a surprise, though. It was pretty much anticipated. The fact that some of the polls were saying things were too close to call leading up to the election was more of a surprise than anything. But, yeah, President Trump, of course, had slapped tariffs on most countries back in April. They have been long insisting tariffs do not increase consumer prices. Record high beef prices have been a particular concern. President Trump said he intended to take action to try and lower them. The tariffs on Brazil, which is a major beef exporter, have indeed been a factor. So the executive order removing tariffs on tea, fruit juice, cocoa, spices, bananas, oranges, tomatoes, and certain fertilizers. Some of these products covered are actually just not produced here in the United States. We rely entirely on the imports. President signed the executive order after announcing that the United States has indeed reached a framework agreement with Ecuador, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Argentina designed to ease those import levies on agricultural products produced in those countries. He did suggest earlier last week that he would be lowering tariffs on coffee to help increase the importation. If memory serves, I believe the number is somewhere akin to 80% of the coffee consumed here in the U.S. Is brought in from outside the country. There's just not a good places to grow coffee in the environment here in the U.S. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388. On a Monday, Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Meanwhile, south of the border, when I first saw this story, I thought maybe this is somewhat akin to like a January 6th event. There at the Capitol. But this is actually taking place at the presidential palace. An uprising that some are comparing to the American Revolution. What's happening in Mexico right now is historic. Global analysts are comparing it to 1776. Rioters storming the barricades outside the presidential palace. These are, they say, a younger generation that are tired of the cartels running the country. Mobs of frustrated, mostly Gen Z Mexican protesters traded blows with cops, screamed slogans about how corruption and cartel killings have spiraled out of control. They tell us thousands of people filled the streets of the Capitol, marched to the palace, which is the official residence of President Claudia Sheinbaum, who took office last October. The demonstration, largely organized by young activists, supported by older supporters of opposition movements. The culmination of citizens frustrated, they say, with the government's inability to stop the violence and provide economic opportunities. Protesters, many calling for Sheinbaum's resignation. Seen trying to breach the police barricades around the palace, authorities responded with tear gas, causing people to run in all different directions. But those clashes between citizens and police lasted for hours. Order was eventually restored to the area around the palace. Mexico City's chief of police said 20 were arrested, set to be charged with battery, assault, and robbery. He added that 60 of his officers were injured, 40 of whom had to be sent to the hospital for treatment. Outrage over the November 1st assassination of a guy by the name of Carlos Manzo, the mayor of a crime-ridden town in western Mexico, on the mind of most people who had joined the protest there. Many could be seen wearing straw hats that symbolize his political movement, which is focused on having a zero-tolerance policy for organized crime. One local resident, a real estate agent, 65 years old, said the state is dying. He was killed because he was a man who was sending officers in the mountains to fight delinquents. He actually had the guts to confront them. But this weekend's Saturday protest, the biggest protest against Sheinbaum to date, they say, she's responded to demonstrations throughout last week, accusing right-wing groups of being behind the escalating show of discontent. But this protest against Sheinbaum and her Moreno party that Manzo had actually splintered off last year is resembling, they say, other Gen Z movements like the ones in Nepal and Madagascar, countries where the governments were actually toppled ultimately. See if this is just the beginning or what's going on. Cartels have been running that country for many, many years, and some say even with Sheinbaum that she's pretty much being controlled by them as well. Difficult to know. Corruption, they say, runs deep. Hey, Philip wanted to chime back in. Welcome back, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Did you hear about the merger between Norfolk Southern and UP? Steve, have you heard anything about that one?
Yes. Matter of fact, I had plans to get to the updates on that this hour. Sure did. They're progressing forward.
It's pretty close. I mean, the shareholders give their okay on that last week.
Yep.
And that's a pretty big deal with the trains. What you think?
There's a lot of bickering back and forth between some of the other railroad executives and the CEOs. I guess last week there was kind of a back and forth exchange between the CEO of Union Pacific and BNSF Railway about the impacts of this merger taking place.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're gonna be trucks out there. I mean, they're trying to compete with the highway stuff, all the trucks, but there's still trucks that's got to take it to the rail yard to put it on the train. You know what I mean? And take it off the train. And I'm wondering if this merger was going to bring out more positions for owner-operators and companies to, bring the cartage companies to bring the trailers back and forth, so to speak. I heard about this, and I heard mention of it a few months ago, but I didn't think it was going to become fruition. I mean, has it went through the government already?
I know that I think there's been some lawsuits filed trying to say that it would be kind of, I don't know, what do you call it? They'd have too much control over the rails, right?
Trying to monopolize it?
Yeah, right.
That's basically what you're saying there?
Yep.
Yeah. But that's a pretty big deal because that's a east to west coast. You know what I mean? And that's a pretty good cut. Now BNSF, if they could, if all the rail companies got together, they could move some stuff fast. But the problem is all these years they've been singled out because they've all been greedy on their own behalf. And rail, well, I always thought rail was a lot tighter than trucking was. But in some aspects it's not. And I think it's showing it right now. But I heard that and I was like, wow, that's a pretty big deal there, That's a lot of money moving across. I mean, can you imagine what one train moves compared to what's on the highway? And talking about parking spots and all that stuff, how much is that going to take away from companies like, say, Schneider? I know JB and those guys, and Schneider as well, they do a lot of rail work.
Yep.
But is it going to take a lot of, from different companies that don't use the train? Warner uses it a little bit. JB, Schneider. I was like, wow, that's a pretty big deal if that happens. And but it's going to take a big chunk out of it. And with things going the way they are with tariffs, I think if the loads lightened up any on the rail side, you think, Steve?
I think there's plenty of freight to go around. If this freight recession or the truck recession would ever resolve and rates start to go up, which they're now saying maybe early next year, they think it's going to turn around.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. And you were talking about 1776 there. I think we got a big important date next year, don't we? Ain't that one of our anniversaries that's coming up that's pretty big?
250 years. Yes, sir. That's a big one.
And what's funny about it is it's funny how things work out in your life. In 1976, I went to the bicentennial at the Magic Kingdom, and they had the Magic Kingdom all decorated up for the bicentennial. My mom got all the trinket stuff that they had there and all that when I was a kid. And it's funny, I worked there every day, but I imagine that we're going to be doing the same thing next year around July 4th. It's going to be a big deal. And by the way, Steve, I heard they made the last pennies the other day. Did you hear that one? I was like, what the heck?
Yeah,
no more pennies.
As far as, collector's value of I think they made like 3 billion of them. So there's plenty of them to go around. They're saying they're not really going to go up in value, but they said the last 5 pennies, so there's only going to be 5 in existence, have this special, I think it's like an Omega logo, Omega stamp on them. They're saying those 5 pennies are going to probably bring in like $5 million each at auction.
Well, I'd heard that the last pennies they made, they are not going to put in circulation. They're all going to be, the only way you can get them is through collecting. That's what I'd heard. But I got to dig out my pennies, man. I got some iron pennies and that kind of stuff, from back in pre-war days, war days and stuff. And a lot of people don't know that they made those. If you go to some of these Coinstar machines and you put in pennies, and you got a penny that's really dark and black, and the Coinstar machine doesn't take it, it's probably a metal penny, and that penny is worth some money. So keep an eye on that one. I've got a few of them. I got a ton of those wheat pennies.
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah, I was like shocked when that's it. And I went to the store yesterday and rang up the thing, and they rounded it up more. So I think the stores are actually putting it into their system now no more pennies, to get it out of the system. It's going to be interesting to get all that out by the new. But I'd like to hear some guys' thoughts on the deal with the train, because that's always involved with trucks. Everybody always freaked out about the trains, so the train's going to take us over, that kind of thing on the long distance. So I'd like to hear some guys talk about that one a little bit. You have a good one, bud. Thank you for taking me for the second time.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's one of those quiet Mondays to begin with. But, we'll give you more details. Yeah, the railroad update, I had that on the slate this early Monday, just ahead the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Philip mentioned Brother Rambler, who was requesting prayers for his family. Over the weekend, I guess, sudden loss of his brother-in-law. I know that he had shared several posts Donovan had posted one that, I guess, first he had collapsed, was unresponsive, and I guess it was just before 1 o'clock Central Time this past day that he crossed over. As Rambler says, my brother-in-law Norman went home to be with our Lord Jesus Christ. So prayers during this difficult time for the family. And like I said, I think it was not expected kind of thing, just boom. As they say, you never know. We're never guaranteed tomorrow. But the rest of the story here, the CEOs, Union Pacific, BNSF, going back and forth about the impacts of the potential merger. Saw the Union Pacific CEO refuting BNSF's CEO's claim that his railroad would eliminate 300 intermodal lanes if this merger is actually approved. And BNSF CEO Katie Farmer saying, Vena's statement is welcome. The 300-lane figure is included in a one-page BNSF position paper on the proposed merger, which is headlined, Costly, Unnecessary, Anti-Competitive, Bad for the U.S. Economy. After making the claim that 300 intermodal lanes would be closed. It says, after the last major round of mergers, 90 intermodal facilities closed, resulting in several hundred fewer intermodal lane options, and communities permanently losing their intermodal access. Now, Venya, in a presentation earlier last week, at a global conference said he had the BNSF document sitting in his bathroom next to the sink with the toothpaste. To which he responded, I go, really? Why would we shut off 300 lanes? First of all, we don't have 300 lanes in intermodal. There aren't that many lanes. I asked Kenny, the UP executive vice president, are you hiding 290 lanes from me that I don't understand? Yeah, they said we're going to shut down that many? I'm just laughing at them. Now, I find it interesting that BNSF's parent, Berkshire Hathaway, is coming after us that hard. Union Pacific shareholders were scheduled to hold the vote on the proposed merger Friday, which indeed they did. And it cleared. I guess the first major hurdle, as the shareholders overwhelmingly backed the deal, creating the first intercontinental railroad. It says in separate votes, nearly 99% of Norfolk Southern shareholders and 99.5% of Union Pacific shareholders approved UP's proposed $85 billion acquisition of Norfolk Southern. Shares in UP were unchanged on the news in early morning trading. Norfolk Southern was up more than 1%. But the approval of our shareholders is a key milestone in our journey to create America's first coast-to-coast transcontinental railroad, combining complementary networks and capabilities to unlock a multiplier effect for benefits to all stakeholders. That's Norfolk Southern's chief. Investors will receive one Union Pacific common share and $88.82 in cash for each share of Norfolk Southern owned. Union Pacific investors, meanwhile, were asked to approve the issue of new shares of UP common stock in connection with the merger. So we appreciate our shareholders' support in reaching this important milestone, our path to building America's first coast-to-coast railroad. Now, they said they plan to file the merger application with the Surface Transportation Board sometime early next month. So just a couple weeks from now. Again, I'm not sure if they'll face any sort of like antitrust. Yeah, I don't know. We'll get the Grump's take on this one. What do you say, Grump? Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm sure that they will have some opposition to that. But, when you look at the total trucking revenues, right now, they're about $940 billion. And, we're moving into the $1 trillion range. And we're probably over it. If you look at, if you want to throw in some of the brokerage stuff too. And intermodal makes up about less than 5% of that, I would say. They're at about $50 billion, $51 billion, somewhere in that area. J.B. Hunt, their revenues in intermodal has been somewhere around 1.6, I think, somewhere around there, $1 billion. So for somebody to say that there's 300 lanes of intermodal traffic, I think he's crazy as hell.
Right.
It's just not there. It looks to me more like that this whole merger is wanting to squash a little bit of the Canadian traffic that's coming down here with that, they merged with, what was it, Kansas Southern or one of them years ago? I guess it wasn't too long ago. But anyway, I can't quite remember. But anyway, they took a lot of that north-south traffic away, in the intercontinental stuff. And I think, where's this a bad thing, other than the fact that Berkshire Hathaway, has the backing, to raise a little bit of hell with it, because of how they got their hand in everything. I mean, when you look at the amount of businesses that company owns, it's just phenomenal. But I don't see what the problem is. Honestly, I don't. I look at this. I don't think it's going to affect trucking one way or the other, because there's just not that much intermodal that's happening among the trucking industry. And it's if it does increase a little bit, where it might put somebody, rail yards right now are stacked up. I mean, if you go to any interhub or anything else, and you look at some of I've hauled containers in and out of rail yards, for on chassis, and it's a pain in the ass. If they got people who wants to do it, I don't care if they're illegal or not, let them do it. That's what I'm saying. It's something else when you wait in them damn lines forever. And so they would really have to increase the hub capabilities, I think, in a lot of the places like in Kansas City and
hey, hold. We got to pause there, but we'll be right back. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keep you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit Tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your fill up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's stepping away from what she calls toxic politics. Greene appeared on CNN's State of the Union and says she regrets her past rhetoric and fears Trump's recent criticism could inspire violence.
I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country, and that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years, and it has divided our country, split up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems.
She apologized for contributing to political tension and urged leaders on both sides to cool the temperature. Senator Tim Kaine is defending Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, telling House Democrats to focus on their own chamber after some called for Schumer's ouster. Kaine appeared on NBC's Meet the Press.
They should focus on their own leadership and let senators do what we need to do to keep this country moving forward.
Kaine says reopening the government required compromise, even as progressives criticize the funding deal for lacking health care subsidies. A Senate vote on those subsidies is expected, but the House has not yet committed. U.S. Marines guarding the American embassy in Haiti came under fire from suspected gang members in Port-au-Prince and returned fire without injuries. Haiti remains gripped by lawlessness, with gangs controlling most of the capital. State Department spokesman Vinay Patel.
We do expect these helicopter movements to make multiple trips in order to try and get as many American citizens as today, while also continuing to look at what option might be available.
A UN-backed force is forming, but with no stable government since 2021, security continues to deteriorate. Reverend Jesse Jackson has been hospitalized in Chicago, but not on life support, contrary to earlier reports. The 84-year-old civil rights leader is stable and breathing on his own while being treated for progressive supranuclear palsy, a rare neurological disorder affecting movement and balance. His family says he remains active, even calling for 2,000 churches to prepare holiday food baskets. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
California Governor Gavin Newsom spent the past week at the UN Climate Conference in Brazil, which included a visit to the heart of the Amazon rainforest.
Governor Newsom spent one day in the Amazon River Basin and witnessed how they utilize sustainable solutions in one of the world's most important ecosystems.
So I'm here in the heart of the Amazon, just walked up 15 stories on top of a data tower with sensors and data that is collected and shared all across the United States of America, including in the state of California.
He says he's taking back the information he learned in Brazil to Sacramento. I'm Jim Forbes.
CMS Director Dr. Mehmet Oz says the Trump administration is considering multiple options to extend COVID-era health care subsidies, which are set to expire at year's end. The subsidies were a key issue in last month's government shutdown. Officials are exploring ways to maintain coverage for millions of Americans. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.07. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.31. A 22-year-old man is in critical condition in Greece after attempting to swallow a burger whole.
The man, whose name has not been released, made the attempt during a meal with friends in Karopi Thursday. He has since been placed on a ventilator. The man reportedly stopped breathing for 2 minutes. His airways were obstructed, leading to severe complications affecting his brain, kidneys, and other organs. Local police are investigating the incident, and they're seeking footage from the restaurant to determine if anyone encouraged him to attempt the stunt. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. All right, greatest day of the week. Hey, hope you had a good weekend. We left off talking the rail merger. Yeah, the first, well, what they're referencing is Intercontinental Railroad. So able to go coast to coast. I don't know, Grump, what do you think the prospects... Could this take a lot of truck traffic off the roads? Because supposedly they're going to be able to do it much faster, or as fast, they say, as a truck. You don't buy it?
Well, right now, you know, from St. Louis to L.A., if you're looking at intermodal stuff, it's going to cost anywhere between $1.60 to $2 a mile. You know, and that's either direction. But you're also looking at a 4-day turnaround. Hell, they can put it on a team truck that we're seeing right now with this glut of trucks and run it out for, you know, hell, I don't know, $1.80 a mile, something like that. And they're going to have it there in 2 days.
Okay.
They, you know, it's you know, we still have this glut on trucks is the problem. It has cut back on the intermodal freight right now. And trucks right now are kind of looking for things to do because of this so-called, I don't know, trucking recession that we have or what they say we have. But it's, you know, when you look at how it affects the intermodal system on it, you know, I know intermodal reefer freight has dropped drastically over the years because there's so much of a chain of custody on that. You got to have people, fueling reefers. You got to have people that's monitoring this stuff. The congestion at the ports, as I was just saying, you know, there just a minute ago, like at Kansas City and some of these other places where it goes to the inner ports that, you know, Salt Lake City, where it has to, these trains have to pull into and they have to offload all these damn trailers and stuff like that. And then they got to have trucks there. It's not that cost conducive to do that. Now, J.B. Hunt is a different story because they haul a lot of their stuff, but they own a lot of the cars that, you know, that they're being put on. So they're, you know, we're an average company, it might cost them $2 a mile, you know, to intermodal something, you know, put it on the train and run it out to California and say the more the merrier that they have. You know, J.B. Hunt may be doing it for 85 cents a mile. They may be doing it for a flat rate anymore. Who knows? You know, I mean, they have such a I guess you could say such a hand in that area where they're, you you see trains go by. Hell, I've sat in Texas before watching intermodal trains go by that might have 200 cars on there, and hell, you can't count the amount of intermodal JB Hunt trailers. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. But for these mergers and things like this, I really don't see that it's going to hurt anything as far as intermodal. Now, like I said, I think they're looking more at the getting more into the cross-border truck transportation side, getting back up into Canada more, and that's something right there that's going to piss BSF off. I mean, they're pretty much everywhere. So yeah, they got a hand in this, or a dog in this fight, you might want to say. So yeah, they're going to complain all about it. But for that guy to blatantly call up and call that other dude and say, they're wanting to do away with 300 lanes. Actually, I see this merger probably going to add some jobs to, because if they do increase intermodal stuff, which they can do, I mean, that's just the way it is. They could probably do a little bit more of the coast to coast stuff. Trucking is not everybody's cup of tea right now, and more people want to get involved in the local, basically the local stuff, where they're home a hell of a lot more. The days of truck drivers spending 5-6 weeks out on the road is coming to an end. And when you're chasing loads like that, Steve, and you're in that money game, as you want to call it, yeah, you're going to stay out on the highway, but that's, there's also an expense involved in that, and what are they going to haul the most on intermodal as far as reefer freight? I mean, that like I said, that right there has dropped drastically over the years because of the basically the chain of custody and the amount of people that has to mess with it. But when you look at stuff coming out of Oregon, Washington, stuff like, you never see hardly any kind of train traffic, or anything like that's that much, like hauling apples or anything like that out of those produce areas up in there, because people want fresh stuff. They don't want it sitting on a damn train. So it's going to be interesting. I think they could move up into the grain business a little bit more. Doing a little bit more. The grain cars and maybe hauling more automobiles and things like that. I know the Russians and Bosnians and people like that has pretty much taken over the car hauling business coming out off the West Coast. They've just moved in there with their rates. It's a damn load that nobody can compete with it. But I'd like to see what some of the brokerage rates and things like that's going to be on a lot of this intermodal stuff, because I don't think it's going to be that much lower than hiring a truck driver to do it, honestly, unless they just got a heavy volume of stuff that they're moving where they can get that kind of rates. But, the average person, they got a dozen or so intermodal trailers, that's dedicated stuff that's going from, I'll say Goodyear or something like that, that's hauling rubber that has to be temperature controlled, that's going out to the West Coast or something. That, it wouldn't be cost effective for them to put that on a train, not a bit. Not when you got to have people babysit that damn train car. Make sure a lot of them gen sets and things like that. If they're temperature controlled, that's going to be it runs electricity that powers an electric reefer. It's like the same things that goes overseas, and stuff. We take those containers up to Oakland and drop them off there. That's loaded with beef, and they take the genset off and put it, and then they load things on the trailer, but they're all, or on the ship, but they're all plugged in. The reefer units are, to where they're, they'll keep stuff at, whatever, 20 below zero or whatever it is. When they get it there, everything's frozen. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, but I just don't think it's going to change the landscape of trucking all that much. Not at when things out here on the road is running at about $960 billion. We're just shy of $1 trillion right now, and another thing is canceling these 17,000 driver's license and stuff. That how much of that is is hauling produce. You know, how much of the people are hauling produce? That was their game plan right there, is to come over and bid. You know, when they're out there, a lot of the Punjabs or you know, Punjabis or whoever, you know, that are on the West Coast, was to take over pretty much the produce hauling industry, and then just get anything that they can get going back, you know, for whatever rate that they can get it by. You know, if everything works out to where they're booting a bunch of these people off of the rolls of the, you know, hauling freight, they need to also concentrate on a lot of the brokerage systems that are giving them that freight, you know, for whatever reason, you know, for whatever amount of money that they can get it, because they've cut the rates to pieces. You know, and I've said it before. Hell, you can see stuff on a load board that's running at $4 a mile. By the time the Indians and the Russians and the Bosnians and the Ukrainians and everybody else that's running on visas over here get done bidding it down, you know, they're bidding it down to 70 cents a mile. You know, or you know, sometimes just, you know, maybe a buck or so. But when you look at who is responsible for that, how many of those people that's getting that load, you know, at $1 a mile, is also with that brokerage that has that load? So, you know, the fraud in this industry is unbelievable. I mean, it's, you know, that's never supposed to happen unless they have a dual. They have a brokerage DOT number, and they also have a trucking DOT number. A lot of these companies don't, because they don't want to report those two incomes, number one. And when you have a company that is taking loads off a load board, they're not allowed to rebroker those loads, but they do. You know, that's highly against the law. I'd like to see what, you know, Sean Duffy and these guys are doing about some of these triple and, you know, double and triple brokerage systems that are coming about, where you know, a lot of these guys that are on the West Coast that are running illegal as hell, you know, can't hardly speak a damn lick of English, is taking these loads off the load board, and then as soon as they get them, they're brokering them down to or bidding them down to somebody else that's actually, you know, we see it all the time, Steve, when you see somebody drive by you, it's got a cardboard taped on the side of their truck that says, you know, some trucking name. Well, the reason they did that's because they just got that damn load off of that trucking outfit, and they got to run their DOT numbers, or say they're running their DOT numbers, when the hell all it takes, pull them over and look at their registration and say, why are you registered to this company when you got this one on the side of the truck? But it never happens. So I'd love to see what's going to happen on a lot of this, you know, as far as the, you know, how all this is going to affect things, and, you know, when they start really pulling back the reins on a lot of these trucking companies and things here, and seeing how the rates and everything is going to be affected. But they can't just do it to the people that speaks half-ass English. They got to go after the brokers and the bad players that are chameleons, setting up here and you know, taking on all this freight, and then never paying a truck a damn dime, and moving out and setting up somewhere else. You've talked about that tirelessly on this show, you know, over the years, and you know, it's going to be an interesting thing. But like I said, it you know, until the government gets wholeheartedly involved in this and pulls in every broker, every freight agent, everybody, pulls them under one umbrella, and sets the tone for how this industry is going to run, we're going to continue to get all these, you know, phony people, these brokers, chameleons, trucking companies that come over here, you know, and stuff, and that, I think that's the hardest part about this right now is when you see these visa drivers that are here, you know, a lot of times they made it so accessible for them to buy trucks here, not just drive for somebody. Hell, there's nothing to stop them. They, you know, I've bought 15 trucks in my lifetime, Steve, and I've never one time walked up and bought a truck where somebody says, "Can I see your citizenship, you know, or anything else like that?" You know, I've never seen that. So it's easy for some of these guys that are getting, and who's financing them. You know, I think that's going to be a biggie for Sean Duffy and company to work over, because that has affected this industry more than anything. And you know, we'll see what happens, but I don't know. It's going to be a strange one. Did you see where Marjorie Taylor Greene's wanting to tone things down there a little bit?
Yeah, she's getting slapped. Trump slapping her down, and I don't know.
Well,
I think he's going to have her trying to get her primaried, and he's not going to endorse her. And
yeah. You know how she when she first started up and she first come into Congress, she was picking fights with every damn body at that point in time. Her and a couple others, and Boebert, if you remember her, she was another one that was, they were, wanting to throw punches with everybody, and at that point in time, they all wore pants, because if they didn't, their testes would hang out. They were just that damn blazing and brazen with everything that they did. And now she's suddenly, seen the light and says, no, we can't do this anymore. That's fine. She can preach that kind of stuff and act like she wants to play nice and stuff like that in the sandbox. But it's the Democrats has ruled the roost on nastiness for years, and they're going to continue to. It's never going to tone them people down. They live off Saul Alinsky's books, off his ideas, and and that simple phrase that if you have nothing to run on, you paint your opponent as someone to run from. Well, that's kind of Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, right now, because she hasn't really run on a hell of a lot. And I don't know. I've kind of tried to follow her a little bit and see what she's actually done, over the years, and it ain't been much, other than stir the pot. So, I don't know. Says she's seen the light and wants to tone things down. Well, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen as long as you got 22% of Congress right now that are these far left idiots, and then you got about 12% of the Republicans that are the far right, crazies them in their own right. It's going to be a fight between that bunch. So
yeah,
and we're standing right in the middle of it, buddy. But
I mean,
anyway,
she went from a staunch Trump supporter to I just been criticizing him, stating that he's focusing too much attention on foreign affairs. Well, I mean, we are dealing with a world stage, right? Foreign affairs. I mean, making these deals with all these countries, bringing the jobs back here. Toyota was the one I was going to mention, that they just launched production of their brand new $13.9 billion battery manufacturing plant in North Carolina, pledging another $10 billion investment in U.S. operations over the next 5 years. The plant and Toyota's additional investments will support their popular hybrid vehicle business. That line of automobiles, I feel the hybrid has such a much greater chance of success versus the full electric. Gives people the options. But Supply Chain 247 said Toyota's reached a significant milestone with the official launch of production at their first battery plant outside Japan. The sprawling 1,850-acre site in Liberty, North Carolina, expected to generate up to 5,100 new jobs for Americans, solidifying Toyota's commitment to team members, customers, dealers, communities, and suppliers in the U.S., they say. This North Carolina plant is a major moment in Toyota's history, as emphasized by the CEO of Toyota Motors North America. The first U.S. battery plant and additional investment up to $10 billion, a pivotal moment in the country's history. Toyota is a pioneer in electrified vehicles, and the company's manufacturing investment in the U.S., North Carolina, solidifies our commitment. So, and that's, one of those direct results of, tariffs when it comes to foreign automobile manufacturing, foreign automobile parts. It is 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, here we go. Back at it. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, so how was your weekend, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, not too bad. A little breezy, but yeah, we're getting through it there. So I don't know. I think we got some of the neighbors' leaves. Neighbors might have some of our leaves, and so on and so forth down the line. But anyways, yeah, it was kind of a half productive weekend there. So had a little car show to do that was a little bit of a benefit, and we actually talked to the people there, and they said, yeah, if you want to hang your Make-A-Wish stuff there on your to advertise there for your campaign, you're more than welcome to. So we did that and got a couple donations while we were at the car show. So I guess we won't knock that at all. But anyway, so yeah, did pretty good. So listening to Philip and Annette, and you were talking there about the end of the penny, kind of made me think here. What's your sales tax rate out there where you're at? What do you have sales tax in Ohio, right? So when you go to the store and you buy your pack of cigarettes, you pay sales tax on top of the price, right?
Yeah, I think we're 7.5 cents on the dollar here, I believe.
Okay, so say your cigarettes there, just for a nice round number, would be $10. So that would be 7.5 cents tax on top. Now, are you going to get your tax rounded up or rounded down, or what's going to happen with your taxes now that we're not going to have pennies?
Where I'm
going with this?
They're asking for federal guidelines on because technically, I don't think you're not supposed to be allowed to round up. Yeah, legally they say. I mean, I guess you could round down to the nearest nickel.
And that was going to be my next question, because when you pull up to the gas station there and you pull up to the dispenser and say it says 3.099.
Yep. And then, they're still using tenths of a penny at the fuel pumps. Hold the thought. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keep you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S.
Fuel USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, left off there talking about the demise, the end of the penny. Obviously going to have to get some guidance. Everything seems like forever is always priced at $99, $3.99, $5.99 to make it, because a 5 is lower than a 6. $9.99 because that's lower than a 10. Everything's going to have to. Guess we got to price it at 95. Or just make it the next exact dollar, but I don't know where it's going to go with the penny there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, so anyways, but I was going to say, like your gas in that, so if you pull up to the dispenser and it says, like I say, 309.9, and how many times do you actually stop the dollar amount there on like an even number, like,
right,
a $6 even, or, a 625, or it always ends up that you can't ever stop especially when the prices got really high. You couldn't stop it there because it just went around so fast. And so are they going to round that price up to the nickel, and are they going to kind of do that every time the nickel goes around? I mean, are they going to put the nickel on at the beginning of the
right,
5 cents worth of gas? So, because then there'll be an issue with weights and measures. I mean, all these things are supposed to be calibrated by, whether it's the agricultural department or whatever department's in charge of weights and measures in all these states. They're all supposed to be certified to give the accurate amount of product compensated to 60 degrees temperature. And I don't know if people realize that, but we've talked in the past about hot fuel and fuel prices not being accurate because of the temperature, not being temperature compensated correctly to 60 degrees. And but are you not going to get all your gas if they try to charge you that? And then the next thing that comes in is that I don't know how much of the population pays everything with their credit card, or I hate to say people use a debit card, because I actually despise those to the end, because I don't want anybody to be able to automatically withdraw money out of my bank account without my saying so, and you get hacked or something in your debit card and people have full access to your bank accounts. But that's my personal opinion, and anyway, not anything to be brought about or known about or said about on the Steve Summers or Hot Shot Secret or anybody like that, but just Horse Feathers' opinion. But but if you're using that, the credit card could care less whether there's metal pennies in circulation, whether they're copper or iron or magnesium or whatever they're made out of. It could care less, because the credit card is all in the computer and it's all ones and zeros. It doesn't know anything about an Abraham Lincoln. So there shouldn't, unless you're paying cash, you shouldn't have to worry about this rounding deal and up and down, and really nothing should change. But if you're using a cash deal, there's maybe these smart computers in the 21st century when you're checking out there could have a button on them and say, hey, I'm paying with cash, and charge accordingly. But I don't know. Just sounds like it's going to be a way to have a scam go on there, Your Honor. Going to be cheated somehow or another. I mean, does that place that Gilligan has go? Is he behind all this no penny stuff? Because their motto out there is that they'll cheat you right. I mean, it just sounds like something they got going on. But anyways, Your Honor. So that was kind of what I wanted to throw out there to let people think about, chew on for a minute. And so here's another thought about your railroad deal here, because you got the UP, Union Pacific, merging with Norfolk and Southern, right? BNS.
Correct.
So that leaves BNSF which is Burlington Northern Santa Fe, I don't know, whatever way you're supposed to say that, and CSX out there. And, you know, they're two pretty good-sized players, and they're both on opposite sides of the Mississippi for the most part. So I'm thinking if the other two merge, it won't be too long in the future that you'll see the BNSF and CSX merge. And then they'll be in competition on that transcontinental thing. But I think the market they're looking for is to take away from the ports, especially on the East Coast, because they're trying to, you know, increase port traffic on the East Coast from the big ships that come over from the Far East and China, and that can't get through the Panama Canal, that have to take that extra time to go around, what is that there, the Southern Cape, whatever it is down there at the end of South America. You got to go all the way around South America to come all the way back up to the East Coast of the United States, and or into the Gulf of the United States there to get in there to the southern ports there. But if they can take those containers into those big ports there on the West Coast, and they can load them on rail, and they can ship them all across the country, and as Grump said, in 4 days, 4 days out of the ports on the West Coast is a whole lot faster than trying to sail that ship around the south end of South America, back up, and then get it into the port. And it's still limited ports that those ships can get into here on the East Coast, and get their stuff offloaded and get it moving to where they want it to go. So I'm thinking, you know, they're going to have some freight go back across the country, but I'm thinking mostly they're looking at all west to east freight to come off the West Coast and out of the shipping areas, you know, the ocean going shipping. So don't know. I have to look into that a little bit more and see what you find out there.
Yes, sir.
And so Marjorie Taylor Greene there is, since we've gotten past the shutdown in that, and the mad barking dogs on the other side have kind of quieted down a little bit. You think they're reeling in their own mad barking dog here on the Republican side? Possibly a little bit. Just don't need her to bark quite so loud.
Yes.
Make quite so much of.
Sounds like Trump's just kind of PO'd with her right now. He's not holding back to, let her know he's not happy with what she's doing. Just sit back and shut up. Do your job. But she's not that way. Air travel beginning to smooth out. You finally see that the Federal Aviation Administration yesterday has now officially lifted all the restrictions that were imposed on 40 major airports a couple weeks ago during the shutdown. Remember, it started off at 4%, then it was working its way up to, supposed to have been up to 10% by this past Friday. They have all been lifted now. There were staffing shortages, obviously, during the shutdown. Yeah, infecting some of the big hubs, New York, Chicago, L.A., Atlanta. The statement said an agency safety team recommended the order be rescinded after detailed views of the safety trends and the steady decline of staffing trigger events in the air traffic control facilities. Cancellations hit their highest level back on November 9, like 2,900 flights that day because of the order. Things have continued to improve with each passing day. Air traffic controllers were among those employees who had to keep working without a paycheck, as they know. Ultimately missed 2 paychecks. Of course, they're getting all the back pay now that the government has reopened. 844-844-3388. See what Pup has happening here on a Monday. Morning, Pup.
Hey, how you doing, big buddy?
All right.
I need Grump and Big Ed to show the Hoosiers a little bit of love. Or
okay,
they got a big game coming up.
Right? Yeah.
No, but Steve, the railroad already has a monopoly anyway. I think Grump's figures were a little bit off on the intermodal. But did you know that there's only 3 companies, the chassis that go under those intermodals? There's only 3 companies that actually own them. And like if there's a flat tire on one or a light out on one, our mechanics are not allowed to fix them. They actually brought a guy out of Cincinnati to fix a flat tire in Fort Wayne. So they've already got a monopoly on the intermodal freight. So those railroads do, and I was not aware of that till our company started shipping stuff intermodal, but had a flat tire one night, and they ended up having to swing the freight to another container. And it took them 2 days to get there to fix a flat tire. So, but we are not allowed to touch those chassis whatsoever on that. And that's where they're getting their dividends on the railroad and on the chassis. So that's all my 2 cents I was going to put in there. And what the heck happened? Why can't we keep that 70-degree weather, Steve?
That wasn't that nice. Beautiful over the weekend.
Oh, my gosh. I had so much work to do, and then got outside this morning and whammo. Like good old Indiana cold's back. So.
Reality check.
Yeah.
We're back.
Bye-bye. I'll see you later.
All righty. We're back down to freezing. 31 I'm seeing outside the secret bunker, as a matter of fact. But yeah, some have suggested, and I know some of our listeners, I don't think President Trump had any intention of jumping on this bandwagon of eliminating cash as a whole. Yeah, there are those that are highly advocating that we're going to go to all digital transactions, no more cash, right? And some feel like this is a push to expedite that. Realistically, people who tend to use cash, which I'm more of a cash kind of person. I typically pull X amount of money, keep it in my pocket for each week. I like to do the cash transactions. Yeah, so every transaction, whatever, if we do the round up thing, I said any given transaction, the most impact's going to be 4 cents. Whatever the payment's going to be, if it's $5.51 and you round it to 4 cents is going to be the maximum per transaction. I don't think that's going to break anybody's bank. Those who use, like you said, the credit, the debit cards, digital transactions, there's no rounding on those transactions. They'll continue to be the same. I think they estimated, because so few people actually use cash anymore, that the round up thing to the nearest nickel would have about a $6 million impact on consumers annually. And that breaks down to about a nickel per household. See, people like my son, the boy never has a damn dollar in his pocket. He doesn't use cash for anything. Everything's the credit or the debit card. That's all he has. I can't tell how many times is it. Can you break a 20? Can you break a 10? I don't carry any cash. Oh, for crying out loud. But there you go. Me, on the other hand, I could pretty much always bust a 20. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those
who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There was a lot of discussion over the weekend, and there's much more that will be forthcoming about SNAP benefits, aka food stamps. Who's getting? Who's eligible? If there's, they're saying if there's anything positive that actually came from the government shutdown, it is indeed the light that has been shined on the SNAP benefits and the abuse of this program, exposing all the fraud. Some of the latest developments, undoubtedly there are millions of needy people out there hurting from being deprived of the SNAP benefits when they were temporarily shut down. This isn't about them. It's about the other people. The individuals who dip into the program unjustly at the expense of other taxpayers. We know the Department of Agriculture Deputy Secretary indicated his agency is engaging in data collection relating to SNAP across several states to see where the funds from the program are actually going. What they have uncovered so far is eyebrow raising. It's not promising at all. He cited one instance, one individual getting SNAP benefits in 6 different states. Yes, 6. Another person had over $50,000 located on their electronic benefits card. You know, week after week, the benefits, or month after month, being dropped in, but never using them. Which to me says, well, they sure as hell didn't need it. Yeah, these cards work like credit cards. Anyone getting government assistance, funds rolling over from month to month. Something is clearly wrong, he says. Taxpayers have a right to know what's being done with the money. And, of course, when we have appropriations, we're spending more than $9 billion every month on that case of a $50,000 card, he says. Taxpayers especially have a right to rest assured that only those who really, truly need are benefiting from the program, because every dollar you give to someone who has a balance of more than $15,000 on their card cannot be going to someone who's truly in need. Yeah, the fraud gets worse when you consider statements by the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who spoke to Laura Ingraham, pointing out that over 500,000 people are getting like double dips, getting the benefits twice. She initially shared a number of over 5,000 dead people that are receiving deposits on their EBD card every month. But that figure, she kind of updated. It's really more like 186,000 deceased men and women receiving a check or those deposits. She was on Rob Schmidt Tonight, Friday, Saturday, whatever, over the weekend. Most of the data we have right now is actually from the red states. The blue states don't want to hand over the information. They're actually talking about literally kind of scrapping the database and having every single beneficiary reapply for benefits to rebuild the program. Make sure that everybody that's taking these benefits, that they're likely and vulnerable and can't survive if they weren't receiving it. 29 states, like I said, they were talking mostly the red states, responded to their data sets February, March, April. The most unbelievable news, she said, was 5,000 dead people. Yeah, that was just 1 month. The number's closer, she says, to 186,000. Now, that's what we're really going to start clamping down on. Half a million people getting double benefits. But again, this is data from mostly the red states. Can you imagine when we get our hands on the data sets from those blue states? What do you think we're going to find? That's going to give us a platform and a trajectory to fundamentally rebuild this program. Everyone's going to have to reapply for their benefits. Make sure everyone that's taking these taxpayer-funded benefits that are truly people that can't survive without the assistance. So, yeah, I can't imagine. What do you think how much fraud you think's taking place in a place like California, New York, these deep blue states? Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. The White House says they are working to address rising costs. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll says drones now pose the threat of humanity's lifetime, warning that they're cheap, fast, and easy to weaponize. He appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
If you look at the speed and scale of the devastation that can come from drones, we as a federal government have got to lead on it.
He's optimistic about U.S. counter-drone efforts, saying the Army is leading a nationwide layered defense with law enforcement. Driscoll says America can innovate quickly and compete with China in drone technology. President Trump is pressing Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, aiming to extend diplomatic and commercial ties with Israel. While optimism remains high, Saudi officials say a clear path to a Palestinian state is needed first. Trump's White House talks with Crown Prince Mohammed this week will test whether progress towards a regional normalization can move forward. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.07. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Comanche County, Oklahoma, $2.31. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
We said there would not be a Palestinian state, and we say again, there won't be a Palestinian state.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed rising West Bank settler violence, warning political rivals to coordinate on national security. He condemned extremist attacks on Palestinians, affirmed opposition to a Palestinian state west of the Jordan, and promised Gaza would be demilitarized and Hamas dismantled, citing President Trump's peace plan. A tragedy in New Jersey after a 2-year-old boy fell to his death from a high-rise building in Newark on Saturday.
Police responded to the scene along Elizabeth Avenue around 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Police say the 2-year-old had fallen out of a 20th floor window of an apartment building. First responders pronounced him dead at the scene. The incident is being treated as an accident, though an investigation remains ongoing into the circumstances that led to the fall. Jonathan O'Halloran, New Jersey.
Well, guess what's coming to the big screen?
A Labubu movie is in the works. Sony Pictures has acquired the screen rights to the plush toy and is in early development of a feature film. A deal was reportedly signed last week with the Chinese toy makers. No producer or filmmaker is attached yet to the project, and it's unclear if the film would be a live action or animated. Potential characters would include, of course, Labubu, the lead monster doll, as well as fellow monsters Zimomo, companion Mikoko, and boyfriend Taikoko. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, what do you say? Final hour on a Monday. Kicking off with a major drug bust. Thanks to Panamanian authorities announcing they have arrested 10 people and seized about 13.2 tons of drugs from a U.S.-bound ferry. Prosecutors said this operation was one of the biggest in Panamanian waters ever, telling reporters that 13 tons of drugs, in this case, were cocaine. What is 13 tons of cocaine street value? Authorities sharing several photos of the drugs, adding that a total of 11,562 packages were seized. Operation carried out by the Drug Prosecutor's Office. During the interception, they say, that occurred southwest of San Jose Island, 10 people of different nationalities were apprehended. Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, and Nicaraguans among those arrested from the ferry, headed to the United States from Colombia. In 2023, Panama, a transit point for cocaine from South America to the U.S., which is said to be the world's largest consumer, reportedly seized a total of 119 metric tons of drugs. Panama, not the only nation that recently confiscated large amounts of drugs from boats Last month, Spanish authorities said they captured 6.5 tons of cocaine, arresting 9 after they raided a ship off the coast of the Canary Islands. Following a tip-off from the United States, that same month, a Pakistani Navy ship found narcotics with more than $972 million on sailboats in the Arabian Sea. In September, the French Navy seizing nearly 10 tons of cocaine. That's worth more than $600 million off a boat off the coast of West Africa. Just tons of drugs out there. Incredible. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Man, them numbers are just staggering, aren't
Yes, yes.
they? I mean, my goodness. Steve, I wonder if the CIA's got their paws down there in Mexico, man. What's going on down there? It's the first I heard of this.
It's major uprising. I guess they were trying to break through the barricades to actually get into the presidential palace.
Wow. I don't know. When things get bad enough, we always say, is it bad enough yet? I guess apparently it is down there. Keep an eye on that, that's for sure. I know Trump would love nothing more than Mexico to give them the okie dokie to go down there and play with the cartel, let's say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
So, I don't know. Steve, what the hell is going on with these rhinos, man? All these attacks on Tucker and some others, and just what the hell? All this Israel crap. I mean, sounds like these rhinos are stirring up the pot, man. God forbid you say anything about the Israeli government, they start calling you out on it, man. I don't know. Trump's ratings are going down. I don't know if you saw that or not.
That's what they tell us.
That's what they're saying. I mean, you can only go by what they're reporting, I guess.
So what do you think of his turnaround? I don't know if it's an about face. He's now telling the Republicans to go ahead and vote to release the damn Epstein files. Release it, get it behind us. Let's move. If there was anything there, they would have released it years ago.
Yeah, that's Steve. He got played, let's face it, he's a man's dealing with a lot, right? Trying to save the planet. And I think he kind of cut a deal that, all right, we'll just squash this and let's move on. We got bigger, better things to try to solve in this world and in this country, and kind of made a deal with the Democrats, and I guess he backfired on him. They turned around and started putting some stuff out that's already been out, Steve. Some of the stuff they are putting out is old stuff, but they are literally blocking out some names and
right, and the one name was the woman that died last year mysteriously. What's her name? Guthrie or whatever. That they were trying to. That's a backfire in their face. The Democrats are having to, I guess, go back and say, "Oh, that wasn't negative against Trump."
Yeah. Yeah, he should have stuck to his guns from the beginning. and just released it all, put it all out there. They got nothing. Steve, if they would have had anything on Trump with this Epstein crap,
Yeah.
they would have released it a long time ago. They're trying to say, look, we got pictures of him with Epstein. Dude, it's a known fact that once Trump found out that the shenanigans he was pulling down in Mar-a-Lago, he dimed Epstein out. Kicked him out of there. And all the emails that were put out, Epstein calling Trump, the worst dude in the world, and, they don't put that out there. So, I say not only dump it all, you dump it all on anybody that committed a criminal act. I don't care. Go after them, man. Go after them. Start indicting people.
Technically,
I don't know.
They're going to vote on this Tuesday, and even without President Trump saying, "Go ahead, Republicans, and vote for it," I think they've probably got enough Republicans already, that we're going to vote yes to pass this.
Right.
But the courts are the ones, Trump, the administration, they're not the ones that get to determine what actually gets released, right? The courts are the ones that may withhold information or redact information when all is said and done.
Yeah, they already refused. That one judge already refused to release any grand jury testimony. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. But the bottom line here, Steve, this was a money laundering thing, right? This whole Epstein thing had to do with money laundering, big money, blackmailing high officials, government officials around the world. And they use these young girls and teenage girls and some adults, to blackmail these people. That's all it boils down to, is that, but the big deal with it, it wasn't so much a, like a sex scam. Well, I'm trying to find the right words here. The big thing was, it wasn't so much that they were trafficking these girls in sex, which they were, right? That's not the big picture, even though that's unforgivable, right? Stuff if any of these girls were raped, anybody should be charged and convicted. But the big picture was the blackmailing going on, holding this over swamp people's head. You're going to vote this way, or this tape of you having sex with this 14-year-old girl might just pop up. Controlling the government that way. We'll see what happens. But, man, what a weekend, Steve. Holy moly, man. It was off the hook. What night did you go to your concert? Was that Friday or Saturday?
Saturday night.
Well, you missed the action. A couple miles from the secret bunker there.
We were there.
They had a shooting.
Well, no, not there. Not there. We were at a location where they had a call about, 1 o'clock, and said, we're getting the hell out of here because we knew law enforcement was going to be there. Yeah, I saw the location of the shooting. That's right down where they used to have that guy that put up the massive Christmas display, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But they were having multiple bar fights. I think all hell broke loose at the Knotty Pine. Had a big bar fight there.
That's where we were.
Oh, were you? Yeah. Prior to that is when the shooting happened.
Wow.
You know, probably, you know, well, I sent you that email. You seen where it was at.
Yep.
And then it was just crazy, man. Just one of them weekends. It was, you know, 70 degrees, 65, 70 degrees yesterday. Everybody was trying to get out to enjoy the last of the warmer weather, I think. All right, brother, that's all I got, man. Got the next 2 days off. Be back Wednesday, Thursday, and then I roll into a Kelly week already. You believe that?
Already? Wow. So you'll be off all Thanksgiving week.
I reckon so. Never thought of it that way. You know, Steve, I only got like, my next Kelly day is on New Year's, New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, I think. I'd have to go back, but it's in conjunction with New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And after that, I only got 3 more left, and I'm done. 3 more Kelly days. So.
Wow.
All right, brother. I'll get off of here. Let somebody else get in here. Keep an eye on the news, man. See what happens down there in Mexico. Could get interesting.
Yes, it could. All right. Thank you, Pappy. Have a great day.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
If Eagle hanging in there on a Monday. How was your weekend, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm out here on the road. I'm headed probably make it back to Texas, hopefully by Thursday or Friday. I'm taking off early. I'm not gonna deal with all that traffic on the road next week. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get back home by Friday this week and take off the rest of the week, 2 weeks or whatever the hell it is, until after Thanksgiving, maybe that Monday, following Monday. So yeah, I'm gonna be off the road. Once I get back on Friday, I'm not dealing with these cars. These people too reckless, and they only got one agenda, is themselves. They don't care about cutting off trucks and slamming on brakes. I'm not gonna deal with it. It's not worth it. it's not worth it. And like I say, most of the places are closed anyway on Saturday and Sunday. You know, a lot of businesses, and then that week, a lot of people are closed that week too, the week of Thanksgiving. So it's basically a waste of time driving a truck to make a delivery because most people are going to be closed, especially, you know, that Tuesday and Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So you might as well go, the way I say, I will go to the house and relax and watch the football games. Now, speaking of football, it was a wild weekend in football down in Texas where I live at. I missed out on a good football game. I was driving along Texas A&M. I thought maybe they were finally going to lose their first game. I was trying to find me a place to park so I could watch the game, and next thing I know, that South Carolina went up like 2 or 3 touchdowns. And so I said, this game is over with.
Yep.
Ain't no way Texas A&M ain't no way Texas A&M gonna win this game. They were down 3 touchdowns. So I turned the radio off and kept on driving. 2 hours later, I turned my radio back on to listen to the sports report and find out Texas A&M had won the game by 1 point. I couldn't believe it. They came back from 3 touchdowns down to win the game. So I had to watch the highlights of the game, but I didn't get to see it live. And I was disappointed because I wanted to see the game, but it didn't look like it was going to be a good game at the start. So I missed out on that one. And then I wasted my time, and I do mean wasted my time watching the Texas game against Georgia. That was a complete embarrassment by Texas. They got embarrassed again. It looked like Arch Manning is nothing but just a name only. He got the big name, but he can't back it up. You know, he got Peyton and Eli and his dad, and he's definitely not worthy of that name as we speak right now. And I'm hearing rumors now that he might be transferring out of Texas, going to Tennessee next year, where Peyton played at. He said he might, because he got a lot of heat on him in Texas right now. People in Texas are not very happy, and plus, I don't know, he's making $6 million a year. That's way too much money. He damn sure don't deserve $6 million a year the way he's playing Arch Manning. Okay, so it looked like Ohio State, they continue winning. You know, they still the number 1 team. I still ain't got no problem with them being number 1 in the nation right now. And you know, I don't even talk about Indiana because they're not worth talking about. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before they play somebody, and it'll be all over for them. If they played Ohio State blow them off the field. So that might happen in the Big 12 playoff, Big 12 championship game. They'll lose their first game then. I promise you that. Now, as far as the NFL goes, your team, Cincinnati, they got embarrassed by Pittsburgh. And they got some controversy going. I haven't had a chance to see the video yet, but they claim that Chase, the receiver, spit in somebody's face during the game.
Yeah, I mean, if it's caught on camera. I mean, in the post game interview, he said he didn't spit on anybody. Well, they got it clearly there. He didn't spit in their face.
I haven't had it.
He spit.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance. So he did do it. Then it's not.
He did spit.
It's not an accusation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I thought it was just an accusation because I haven't had a chance to look at the video yet. But yeah, he'll definitely get suspended or it'll cost him some money or something. Yeah, I thought Cincinnati was going to show up and play better than that against Pittsburgh. That might be their last opportunity, Cincinnati, to even get into the playoffs. That might be their last game they can afford to lose. So it looks like it's all over for them. And as far as the other games go, it looked like, I'm still surprised that, the New England Patriots, I'm surprised they're playing so good after being so bad for so long, and they got one of the best teams in the NFL right now, the Patriots, but they haven't really played nobody. But we'll see what happens with their situation. But it clearly looks to me like the best team in football right now, if you're going for a Super Bowl, championship, because anything can happen with injuries and all that. Anything can happen with injury. Look like the best team right now might be either Philadelphia or either what was the team that beat Kansas City today? Let me see who beat Kansas. I forgot who they played now. But yeah, whoever beat Kansas City is probably going to be the 2 of the better teams to go on to the championship. But like I said, anything can happen nowadays in football when it concerns injuries. Now, let me say something quick about politics right quick. It looks, Steve, I want to hear it before the bottom. It looks real clear, man. It looked like Donald Trump in the United States. It looked like they're getting ready to make a move on Venezuela. It looked like they're trying to surround the place. They got ships in the water, and it looked like they're getting ready to go get some kind of operation going.
Yeah, definitely more than just, you wouldn't put that kind of a show of force down there for no particular reason, but hold the thought. We go to pause there. First, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former GOP Senator Rick Santorum says Democrats are using the Epstein files to distract from their lack of policy proposals. He appeared on Newsmax.
Yeah, I expect it to pass because, the Democrats believe this is really important for them to deflect away from the fact that they have nothing really else to offer the American people.
Santorum notes judges, not Trump or Republicans, control what remains sealed. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says his party made a mistake ending the shutdown without securing an extension of Obamacare subsidies, warning millions may face higher premiums. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
I thought it was a mistake for Democrats to give up what was real political advantage coming off the elections.
42 million Americans had SNAP benefits delayed as a result of the shutdown, as well as thousands of flight delays and cancellations. Murphy urged Democrats to remain united, saying GOP divisions within the caucus could threaten future negotiations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Round and third, headed toward home. We left off there. Eagle, I think is an entire aircraft carrier strike group. Just to be playing games. Its update over the weekend said some sort of a military attack is imminent, according to the opposition leader and recent Nobel Peace Prize laureate, the Venezuelan Maria Machado. Because we have the aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, and a large U.S. strike group in position just off the northern coastline. The deployment, one of the most significant American military buildups in the Caribbean in years. Lots of tension, fears that something may be brewing between Washington and the regime of Nicolas Maduro. Now, the Nobel Prize winner, Machado, who's been at the forefront of Venezuela's pro-democracy movement, said over the weekend that, in her words, quote, all indicators now point toward a U.S. strike. Calling the situation grave, Venezuelans have to prepare for a final phase in the country's struggle to end Maduro's authoritarian rule. Now, there was a very brief exchange with reporters this past evening on the tarmac in West Palm Beach. President Trump suggested there may still be space for diplomacy here. They'd like to talk, referencing Maduro's government. So that was interpreted maybe as a temporary pause in what some U.S. officials have said previously or privately could be an attack window opening within the next 48 hours. So that could be any time, I guess Tuesday, moving forward. While the president has said he remains wary of deploying ground forces, he's approved an aggressive mix of naval, air, intelligence operations to counter the narcotics terrorism in the region. An official framing that masks what critics say is actually plans for a regime change there. Bloomberg reporting this past day the U.S. also plans to designate the cartel De Los Sols, which Washington alleges is led by Maduro and the senior members of his inner circle, as a foreign terrorist organization. Secretary of State Rubio issued a statement saying, quote, based in Venezuela, the cartel De Los Soles is headed by Nicolas Maduro, other high-ranking individuals of the illegitimate Maduro regime who have corrupted the military, the intelligence, the legislature, and judiciary of the country. Neither Maduro nor his cronies represent Venezuela's legitimate government. That designation would mark one of the most sweeping escalations to date in Washington's campaign against Maduro. Of course, Maduro denies anything. But just looking, we've got the USS Gerald R. Ford, world's largest aircraft carrier, a carrier air wing with strike fighters capable of deep penetration operations, 2 guided missile destroyers with Tomahawk cruise missiles, an amphibious assault ship positioned for rapid insertion operations, U.S. Air Force surveillance and electronic warfare aircraft operating from regional bases, approximately 15,000 troops deployed across naval, marine, and special operation units, all in place there. So, yeah, what may be coming down the pike, I don't know. Eagles, it sounds like something's coming down the line, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, this guy, Maduro, he's just trying to buy time. He's not going to make any changes in Venezuela. He's a dictator. He has full control over that country. If they saying that he don't want to talk, he's just trying to buy himself some extra time to maybe hide some of his assets or even fortify himself and maybe get the hell out of the country or something. But he doesn't want to relinquish power. I promise you that. Only way he leaves Venezuela, he's going to have to be forced out. He's not going to voluntarily leave the country. So whatever Trump does, he does, because there's no negotiating, talking with this guy or any of his people. I don't believe. I think only thing that's going to solve that situation is to go in and get it and force him out. Unfortunately, that's what's going to have to happen, because he's going to continue sending his drugs and his other things over people over to the U.S. So that's the only way to put a stop to it, is the way I see it, because he's not a good person. As you clearly know, he's nothing good about that guy. Now, as far as this Marjorie Taylor go, Steve, I got friends that live in Georgia, and Marjorie, what's really going on, what I think is going on is that she really thought that Donald Trump was going to give her a job in his administration, because she was one of the top people out there, over the last few years trying to help Trump get back in the White House at his rallies. And when he go to Georgia, she would be there and trying to get people to support Donald Trump. And she was very disappointed. I heard that Donald Trump ignored her. One day she went to meet him at a runway, and Donald Trump walked right past her like he didn't see her. And I think that she's kind of mad that Donald Trump didn't give her some kind of job in his cabinet in the White House, and I think this is why she's, trying to turn her back on Donald Trump. Why there's a little bit of bitterness, because she thought she was going to get a job working for Trump, and it didn't turn out that way. So now she's saying bad things about Trump, and that she don't know if she wants to continue on with him. So, she was one of the people that was backstabbing him with this government shutdown. She was saying, Trump So like I say, I think that's one of the things but she had a big mouth. I like Marjorie Taylor, but she did a little bit too much talking. And I think that's why Trump decided not to give her a job. Now, as far as the other woman goes, Jasmine Crockett, she's talking, the way she talks, she act like she know everything about this Epstein file. She's thinking that she knows the real reason why the files are not being released and this and that. She doesn't know anything. She's just flapping her mouth about things that she don't know, and I say these people should be accountable for what they say when they just throwing accusations and names around like that. But like I said, that's what she's been doing since she's been in the White House. It seemed like she took over for the woman that used to be out there in California. I guess she got to be too old. Was Maxine Waters? I guess she's the new Maxine Waters. Loudmouth for the black women. Because Maxine is a little bit too old now to do her thing, so I guess she's trying to take her place. But she's doing nothing but embarrassing herself to the American public. Every time she opens her mouth, she says something even dumber. Now, one other thing, right quick, before I hang up with you, that's with this situation in New York with this mayor, bogus mayor that they just elected. You know, I told you last week about the police officers saying that a lot of police say they're going to resign if this guy is because what's going to happen is, Steve, you have to have your mayor or the leader of your city got your back. You know, these cops, they out there putting their life on the line. You know, you got several cops that call your show, and then you got a guy, he's trying to do his job, trying to do the right thing, and then the mayor throws the book at him for doing his job because he don't really support the police. He wants to basically have the police stand down, and that's one of the worst things you can ask a police officer to do is stand down and not do his job and let when a store is getting burglarized and people walking out of the store with TVs and washing and dryers and anything else they can carry out, and your superior tells you to stand down, just sit in your car and watch them walk down the street with a television set. That's not a part of your job. And if you have a superior that tells you to do that, you need to find another job. If you're working for the police department and your boss man tells you to let somebody walk down the street with a TV he just stole, you need to find you another job. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thank you much. All right, another week on the road, then getting home, as you said, for Thanksgiving. So last I saw this, I believe the House has slated a vote on the Epstein files for Tuesday. And the president over the weekend told the Republicans, go ahead, vote to release the files. We have nothing to hide. It's time to move on from this Democrat hoax, from the radical left lunatics, to deflect from the great success we're having. Democrats and already some Republicans had been pushing for a measure that would force the Justice Department to make public more documents. So this is kind of a shift for the president, an acknowledgement that supporters of the measure probably have enough votes in the House. Not clear what the future would be in the Senate. But yesterday, lawmakers seeking to force the release were predicting that this was going to pass in the House. This bill, they say, would force the Justice Department to release all files and communication related to Epstein, as well as any information about the investigation into his death in federal prison. Information about his victims or ongoing federal investigations would be allowed to be redacted. We have no idea what continues to be investigation. There could be 100 or more votes from Republicans, according to Thomas Massey. Speaking about the legislation yesterday, said, well, I think we'll get a veto-proof measure, a majority on this legislation when it comes up for a vote. But time and time again, Johnson said the president has nothing to hide from this. They're doing this to go after the president on this theory that he has something to do with it. He does not. We already knew his established relation, his association with Epstein, and the president's name was included in reports that his own Justice Department released back in February to satisfy public interest in information from this sex trafficking investigation. Never been accused of any wrongdoing. And the mere inclusion of someone's name in files from the investigation does not imply anything further. But just get it behind us, for crying out loud already. I guess the chips fall where they may, as they say.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret?
affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Back at it here. Vic, I think you had a few comments about the Epstein files. Morning, Vic.
Good morning. Yeah, the Epstein files should be went over thoroughly, and the way they usually are in intelligence information, and even every county jailer in America does this. They try to find out what type of code people are using, because those people, they don't talk in normal English. And the one thing that I seen the other day was that Epstein told Ghislaine Maxwell that the dog didn't bark. Mm-hmm. And then he said the dog, or didn't bite, I should say. The dog didn't bite, and the dog was Trump. Well, what does that mean? If he didn't bite, usually, that they usually mean somebody didn't take the bait or something of that nature. And the first thing needs to be done is, let's just find out where all this money came to support this lavish lifestyle. And were any intelligence agencies anywhere around the world involved in this? Were they trying to get blackmail material on people? Because I know that, the old honey trap, intelligence agencies have used that forever. So the only thing that Trump should do is tell everybody, we're not just going to do an open-ended release of that, but we are going to do a conditioned release of that, where our intelligence peoples or anybody else's can go over that, try to break the code, and see exactly what they're talking about, and find out where the money's coming from. It's not, we're just going to throw it out there as the gospel truth. Everything's in there, and that's what it means. And the reason that's kind of important, Iran's right now is having a drought, so they couldn't build a nuclear plant if they wanted to, because they couldn't cool it down. It'd blow up on it. The only thing they can build is nuclear bombs, and there's no question about that. So the point about peaceful nuclear use, that's off the table. And the other thing is Gaza right now is actually flooding, but the Israelis have developed a laser type, an anti-missile laser, I'll just call it that. And they also have the means now to map the tunnels, and the archaeologists are using that to find ancient treasures, so they don't even have to dig or anything, so they can get those tunnels mapped out. And the simplest way to neutralize those tunnels in Gaza is just start using them to transport material and everything, and maybe that might force some of the terrorists out. And Zelensky's in the middle of a corruption scandal in Ukraine that involves him and some of his high-ranking people, and they're wanting to get rid of Zelensky. You know, whether that's going to affect Putin very much or not, I don't know. But they're just on the verge of so many things going on. And back in this country, we might finally get into that whole food program, SNAP and all the other, and also get into that debacle of I'll call it an insurance company, Obamacare. So, you know, that should be helping us, and we should start getting better, I would say, health care, because we have a lot of knowledge that we can actually cut down expenses on health care because we're getting better at diagnosing diseases and illnesses. So, you know, there's a lot of good things sitting there, and if all of those good things would happen to come about, the Democrats know they're done. So the only thing they have left is the Epstein file. And as far as Venezuela, I hope we've learned from Nicaragua and from Vietnam. Don't go into something just halfway, because you know that China is supporting Venezuela. You know that Cuba is helping transport the drugs they have for years and years. Maxine Waters thought she was going to get the American government and the CIA, so she had Kerry do a study a long time ago about who was bringing the crack into Watts there in California. Well, as it turned out, it was the Cuban Air Force actually facilitating the street gangs. And the street gangs out there actually had their own little Air Force at one time. The planes flying stuff in, and the Cuban Air Force was flying up air cover for them and using their radar and stuff to find out where they could go and where the holes were and everything. So it's in something called the Kerry Reports, if anybody is interested in reading it, but it's kind of a lengthy report, but it lays it all out there. So, and that was the whole deal there with Nicaragua. When we went down there kind of half-cocked, and the next thing we know, we got into a mess. But the deal with Maduro in Venezuela, he lost that election, quite simply, but he just refused to leave. So it is an illegitimate government. So, you know, who knows? Maybe he might just take a long, hard look at it and see what we did to Noriega there. So he might decide, you know, maybe I can just go back to Cuba and live the life of luxury for a while. But there's just a world of things just bubbling right below the surface there. And all it's going to take is just a few good turns, and the only thing that is hanging out there is the Epstein files, and anybody that's been, you know, sex and politics has been around for centuries, and the CIA and other people, they've just refined that a little bit. And I've ever told you this story about the magazine editor that was cooperating with the CIA, and he had an old secretary, and they removed the old secretary, put one of these young mom shells in there and stuff.
Right.
So whenever he got home from an assignment,
if the so-called window, as they say, opens up, you know, and yesterday within 48 hours, I don't know, it could be a very interesting week forthcoming is all I can say. We'll see if Maduro opens up any line or channels of communication. Trying to save his hind end, as they call it. But with that, we got to close out on Monday. All right. Have a great day, and we'll see you back the midnight hour Eastern tonight. And we'll do it again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.